Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Welcome everyone, this is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, round 6, the final round at the knockout stage, and we're your commentators, Grandmaster Benjamin Bog and Woman Grandmaster Tsatsalashvili. Hello Benjamin, what are your thoughts for today's round?
Yeah, today's going to be a very exciting matchup. We have a lot of crucial matches in the last round of the groups. So yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting today. Katie, can you talk a little bit about the format?
Of course, I would love to. So we do have 3 tournaments at the Grand Prix Circle this year, and out of 3 tournaments, players can play only 2 tournaments, and we do have 16 participants into 4 groups. They are playing round robin tournament, and this is the final day of the knockout stage. After today, we're going to have 4 participants going to the next stage. But before that, let's take a quick look at the round 5 recap.
Yeah, so yesterday it was a crucial day in Group C. Richard Rapport beat Virat Gujarati with a black piece and takes a dominating lead in the group. He has a 1-point lead over Virat, so a draw will be enough for him today to secure his place in the semifinals. Also, Anish Giri, he was in some trouble, but he managed to survive and keep a 1-point lead going into the final round today. A draw will be enough against Nikita Vichigov to win the group. And Alexis Shirov, he faced a huge attack from Fedor Safe, but he managed to stay cool and win the game. So, Katie, what are the standings we have going into the final round?
In the final round, still things are not so clear in the group A, as Andrekin and Sam Shankland are both having 3 points and trying to make it today. If they draw the match, then Bakr are going to have a really good chance to catch up them and join the 2 players and go to the playoffs. So if we have a tie, Benjamin, in this group, we're going to have playoffs tomorrow, or in any other groups. But in Group B, we do have Giri as a sole leader. And what happens in Group C and Group D? Do we have a chance to have another tie breaks tomorrow?
Yeah, so there's chance of a tiebreak in Group C, but Richard Rapport will have to lose his game, and FIDE will have to win. Richard is playing with the white piece against Alexei Shirov, so he has really good chance of making it through to the next round. And FIDE he will have to win with the black pieces. So it is looking very tough for FIDE. In Group D, still a lot of things are possible. MVL is playing with the black pieces against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Shakhriyar has to win that game with the white pieces to try and win the group. And then Yu Youngie, he's also in a must-win situation. And here we have the pairing. So which pairing catches your eye, Katie?
Group A, Andrek and Bakr. Absolutely. This is very interesting game for the round, and also the game of MVL and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is something that I would be so curious in Group D. What about you? What is the game you think that we're going to be focused today the most?
Yeah, so I think the game between Nikita Vichikov and Anish Giri is going to be very interesting because Vichikov will have to win that game with white pieces. Also, game between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and MVL. It's going to be crucial because Shakhriyar has to win. And in Group A, both games are going to be super interesting. So lots of games, and like nothing is decided there at all. So lots of action to look out for today.
Certainly, for more information, everyone can go to the platform go.chess.com/FIDE-GP2022 and find out more of the information. And also, this is the right moment to go to chess.com and try to vote. So go to chess.com/events, navigate through the tournament, select a game, click vote, and guess the result. The voting ends after the 10th move, so this is really good time to take this action and try to vote to the player that you think gonna win today. Or there's also an option to vote for a draw. So we're gonna take very, very short break, and we'll be back right before the first moves of the round 6. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix round 6, and we are about to start our moves. We're waiting for the players, and I can see that's still 2 minutes before they start. Benjamin, and what's the tradition that the chess players are doing before they start? If you can remember any of those. I can go
what
first.
chess play?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, yeah, sure, go first.
I wanted to buy time for you, but I think you don't really need it. What comes to my head is Carlsen's knight adjusts, that whenever he sits at the board, he tries to adjust the knight, and those knights usually turns to side to watch each other. So yeah, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, what a lot of chess players like to do, they like to come to the game. It depends on the player. Like some players like to be there, 10 minutes in advance, get used to the playing venue, all that kind of stuff. But some players, they like to show really at the last minute. And indeed, they sit down, they adjust the pieces, they get some water, maybe some coffee or tea, whatever the players prefer. And it's funny, like the players have different ways of putting their knights. Some players like having their knights pointed toward each other. Some want the knights, pointing forward. Some players also want the knights pointing towards the center, right? So a bit diagonally. Some players want their knights to face to the right, and some players want their knights to face to the left. And there's also people, believe it or not, who wants their knight to face backwards.
No.
Which is kind of weird.
I've never seen a player doing that, to be honest. Well, but such a philosophy, right, about this knight adjustment.
but I talked to such a player, like, who has their knights facing backwards, and asked, like, okay, what is the logic behind that, right? Like, what is the rationale? And he was like, well, then I can look my knights in the eye because they're looking at him. Like, this is logic.
It's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. But Benjamin, we're receiving the moves, and unfortunately at the digital boards we cannot really see how the knights are replaced, and I'm sure we do have such situations that players are adjusting knights for the first, but we can calculate how many first moves we have. I see 2 c4s. That's interesting. We have 2 c4s, and also the most of the games starts with a 1 e4. So the game of Richard Rapport and Alexei Shirov has just started, because Benjamin, for the first leg, I remember that one of the rounds Shirov was late because he thought that it was a rest day.
Really?
After round 3, but in fact it was after round 4, so he was a bit late, and but today he's not late as he made c5 first move. All right, what's happening here? Which game would you like to see the first?
Right, maybe we can have a quick look at the game between Alexander Grishuk and Sam Shangland, because that game started off as a Sicilian, if we pull it up. So very interesting. So normally Sam at the top level, he likes to play a bit more solidly. Like, he likes to answer e4 with e5 and play, the Berlin, all that kind of stuff. But Sam realizes that if what's his name? Ivan Draken wins this game, then he needs to win as well, right? So he wants to have a fighting chance. That's why he plays the Sicilian. Grishuk, on the other hand, I think he might want to take up the role of spoiler, because this lion bishop e5 is pretty solid. Knight at d7, d4, we saw a trade happen, and knight takes d4. This is a bit of a new line. Traditionally, the players would always go queen takes d4 in this position. So do you think Sam is familiar with this move, or you think he might be thrown off here?
Just because there are 2 moves to capture this pawn back, I think he might know, and he might spend some time to look through all these variations that he has after queen d4. I have been playing against queen d4 the most of the time when I play knight d7. But to be honest, if my opponent takes with a knight, I would be very happy to avoid all these lines with queen d4. But as I remember right now, I think white's setup is very similar as after queen takes d4. White usually goes with c4, knight c3, castles, and bishop e3, and so on and so on. So I think it's kind of transposes to the queen d4 line.
Yeah, I think it doesn't necessarily transpose, but it does more or less lead to the same type of positions. White does want to go c4 at some point. I think the main move is something like knight to f6 to hit this pawn on e4, and I think white just castles here, and this can get pretty sharp because indeed, if white gets the time to develop at c4 knight c3, white's better. I think taking this pawn on e4 is quite risky, and actually, as we speak, the move knight f6 has just been played by Sam Shankland.
White can also play knight c3, not to go for sharp positions after castle, because if white castle is the second popular move in here, then black actually not often takes the pawn on e4, because rook e1 comes with a attack the knight, and then white has knight f5, and this knight will create the mating net on d6. And white has very good position in here. So we're gonna see what's Grishchuk's mood today, and I can see c4 has been played. He wants to first guarantee himself this stabilized center, and then he wants to play knight c3. And the question here, which comes to my head, can knights now take the e4 pawn?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I wonder what's going to happen if black takes. I mean, I guess what white's going to do the same thing, go short castles and then rook e1, into knight and then knight f5, and black still has some problems to solve. So this is definitely an option for black. Let's see what else black can do. Black can always throw in a move like a6 as his bishop what it wants to do. I guess he will go bishop a4. And yeah, maybe now take the pawn. I don't know if this inclusion of a6 bishop a4 is favorable for black. Maybe e5 is an option as well. But I think the move c4 is relatively new. And I think that here black cannot really afford to make, like, you can play a move like g6, but after knight c3, white is quite a bit better. And generally you do want to avoid these types of positions. So I guess Sam will think for a little bit here, figuring out whether he can take the pawn on e4 or not.
Yeah, the move c4 actually is not in the base. I don't see this kind of game has been played yet. And here what I can see is that a6 can be played, and also e5 can be played to attack the knight, and then after knight f5. Maybe now to consider to take the e4 pawn and to play this kind of position.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, maybe e5 and then taking. We can always go g6, hit this knight away from a5. Once again, white has a lot of compensation to prove, but it's always a little bit scary capturing a pawn like this early on in the game if your opponent is blitzing out his preparation. So I guess we'll see whether Shankland will go for that. Is there perhaps another game that has caught your attention?
For that, we have to look at our bird eye view. All right, I see a lot of theory in most of the games. And oh yeah, look at this game. Look at this game in Group B. Hare Krishna and Tabatabai. That's very unusual setup. Maybe we can take a look at that.
Yeah, let's have a look at that one for sure. So let's have a look. So this started off as an open Ruy Lopez. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight to c6, bishop e5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castles, knight takes c4. So we've seen this in quite a few games in the tournament. d4, b5, bishop e3, and d5. So white takes bishop e6, and I think we've seen some games with c3, knight b2, but in this game, Hare Krishna goes for the move bishop e3, bishop e7 was played, c3, castles, knight bd2, bishop g4. The players are playing fairly quickly, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is all some sort of preparation. h3, knight takes d2, and here you would think like, okay, white's in a bit of trouble. If you take with the queen, black's going to take here, and you lose a pawn. You don't really want to do that. But Hare Krishna came up with a very interesting idea, but it looks like Tabatabaia knew it. He sacrificed the exchange on g4. Black takes here, captures on f1. So white has the two bishops, and black cannot defend the pawn on d5. So knight e5 was played. White took the pawn here, c6, bishop to e4. A trade happened on d1, and after knight c4, bishop c1. We see that Hare Krishna has 1 hour and 33 minutes on the clock, and Tabatabaia has 1 hour and 35 minutes on the clock. So I'm sure this must be preparation by both players, right?
Oh yeah, and I can see that this is heavy theory until this point, and several games has been played. And do you think they are playing so fast they perhaps are going towards to 30 moves to offer a draw? Because we have here these two players and they don't really have a chance to get at the playoffs. And do you think they might try to be more solid and just use this opportunity to make a fast draw, or you think that they will still fight and they will still play a regular game?
Yeah, I think they will still fight, especially for Hare Krishna. He's 70 points high rated, and he's playing with white pieces, so I'm sure that he will try to win this game. But yeah, I mean, I wonder who will be out of their preparation first. It looks like Tabatabaia is going for a bit of a think. However, he does have 1:35 on the clock. Maybe there's a bit of a delay, so we'll see. I mean, I guess knight c4 was. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Here, the theory goes to rook to d8. Rook can come from A or F. There is probably a slight difference between these two moves, but yeah, both moves and those rooks are just going to open file and trying to probably trade one rook that white still has on the board.
Right. Yeah. So I guess rook 88 is a move indeed. I would think that white probably would like to keep one rook on the board. So I guess rook to e1, because if you think about it, if black has the two rooks, then the two rooks are sort of doing the same job, right? Whereas white's rook is always making sure that one rook cannot enter the position. So white generally wants to avoid the rook trade if he's having a minor pieces against the rook. So I guess he would go rook to e1. Maybe now move like c5 to justify the move rook 88. What do you think?
Yeah, rook e1, c5 seems to be very logical moves here. And after c5, there is move g3, very interesting idea. After g3, white wants to play king g2 and rook h1 and try to annoy black's h7 pawn. And if you push the wrong pawn forward like h6, it can be under g5 and some nasty ideas there on the king side. And if you push g6, then it weakens the dark square. So yeah, white can go to that direction.
Right, that's definitely a very nice idea. I like that. I like that plan a lot. Indeed, yeah, white can always play g3, and this bishop is very nice on e4. Can put pressure on the king side, also on the queen side. So I was wondering if someone like bishop e7 would perhaps be a move to hit the pawn on a6, because if you play a5, we might have bishop a6 hitting the pawn on b5, and if you go rook b8, the only move to defend, then here we can play someone like b3, and the knight can only go to b6, but then black hangs his pawn on b5. And I would think if white gets a second pawn, then I'm really starting to like white's position. So maybe white can put pressure on that side of the board as well.
Right. Which side would you personally choose if you can now make a choice? White without exchange but with active pieces, or you would go with black still because it is extra exchange, and after some trades you might have it useful to win more material.
Yeah, I would think white's position is maybe slightly easier to play. Also, it seems that Hare Krishna might still be in his preparation. And I think if Black manages to consolidate, he should be doing pretty fine. However, there are still some practical problems, right? I mean, if you go Rook A C8, maybe there's moves like Rook D7 to worry about, or perhaps something like B3, Knight B6, and Knight D4, hitting the pawn on C6 and Knight F5 jumps. But actually, as we speak, Rook 88 has just been played by Tabatabai still fairly quickly, so maybe he was trying to remember his preparation. What do you think?
Yeah, very likely, as he's still having increment on the clock, 1 hour 31 minutes. So perhaps he knows the line. He just we take some time to recall all the lines and on all the ideas. And Benjamin, very often happens to most of the players when you have seen the line in your computer, and most of us work with a computer rather than on the chessboard. Then when it comes to the actual game, it feels a bit different and you need to adjust the position. So for this reason, myself, I also take several more minutes to get really into the position and the feel everything that I have seen with the computer. So for these reasons, sometimes players are just not really blitzing. But here we have this position. This is actual game, and we have Rook E1 and C5. They clearly know this theory and they clearly know this line.
Yeah, no, for sure. That makes a lot of sense. Just sometimes you want to make sure you don't mix up anything. And like I said, you just want to also get into the game, because if you blitz out all of your moves, then at some point you'll have to think, and it's difficult to adjust. So sometimes people like to take a little bit of time to slowly roll into the game. And actually, also, so if we were looking at the current position, right, I was wondering, like, let's say White goes Bishop B7, the move we discussed. Maybe Black has something like Rook B8, and the problem is if you take an A6 after Rook B6, your bishop is trapped. So perhaps we might have to go back to E4, but then Black can just go Rook BD8, and this could potentially already be the very first result of the round. I don't know.
We are looking forward to see some funny ends of this round. Let's take a very quickly bird's eye view and check out what happens in the other games. What I would like to suggest is a group B, Vitikov and Anish Giri, as they are direct opponents, and Vitikov has a chance to get himself into the playoffs, but he only needs to win this game. He has white pieces, and at some level, having white pieces is an advantage. And let's see if it works in here. Once again, we can point it out that Anish Giri is one of the best theoretician in chess world, and it's probably not so hard for him to find an opening where he can hold the draw. But very often it's also psychological thing that when you need a draw, you go really passive. So what is happening in this position?
Right, so let's have a very quick look as to how we got here. So Vitikov opened up with the move C4, the English opening. Anish played Knight F6, Knight C3, and here C5, transposing into the symmetrical English, G3 and E6. So with the move E6, he wants to go for a very quick D5 and D4. So here, the move Bishop G2, it looks very natural, but it's actually a bit of a mistake, because Black goes D5, and you can't really stop D4, which hits your knight. And let's say you take and go D4, Black can take, you have to take with the queen, and Knight C6, and you have to move your queen, right? So you don't, and if you move your queen, then Black is going to go D4, and Black gets a big initiative in the center. So you generally want to avoid this with White. So what Vitikov does, instead of Bishop G2, is he plays the move Knight to F3. So Anish now goes D5, so now he's ready to trade and go D4 and stop D4 from Black. So Anish goes Knight to C6 and A3 by Vitikov, which looks like a bit of a strange move to me. I always thought the main move here is Bishop to G2. But anyway, let's have a look. So A3 happened. We saw a trade on D4, Bishop C5, hitting the knight on D4, Bishop E3, Bishop E6, Bishop G2 was played, castles, and Queen to D2. So very interesting position. So Anish has the isolated pawn on D5, However, he is fairly active in the center, and I think Vichikov is still in his preparation. He has 130 on the clock, and it seems that Anish is on his own here because he's down to 122.
Yeah, that's a very interesting position here, as Queen D2 seems to be something new, as before the game, which I can see now, has been played castle. But now we do have Vichikov playing this move rather fast. So what is his idea when he first develops the queen? Is he going to play rook d1 to hold d4 square, or he has something else in his mind, like bishop g5 or something?
Yeah, those are all very, very good questions. I wonder indeed what the difference is between King d2 and, let's say, castles. I mean, if black goes, let's say we go knight g4, right? I guess bishop g5 is a move, but then this diagonal becomes weakened. So I guess knight g4, it does give us the option of maybe like taking here perhaps, so the knight takes e3 doesn't hit our queen.
But bishop can take, and because of this queen d2, white seems to be forced to capture the f pawn, because in the line, if you take the queen, knight takes the queen, bishop takes the queen, knight, we trade everything. In this position, seems like black is all right.
Yeah, it's not that easy to defend the pawn on f2, because if you go rook f1, we hang this pawn on h2, so that's also not ideal. Rook a f1 is a little bit weird, right? So I guess black has pretty good chances to hold in this endgame. Indeed. So, I mean, I guess we'll find out shortly. I'm sure all of this is home preparation by Nikita Vichikov. So once again, Anish is in a pretty good situation. He's leading the group by a full point over Nikita Vichikov. So Vichikov has to win this game to force a tiebreak. Tomorrow, if it's a draw or Anish wins, Anish moves on to the next round.
Yeah, that's right. I really wonder how many tiebreaks we might have tomorrow. We can also might not have any tiebreak tomorrow. But what's your guess, Benjamin? How many of the tiebreaks we might have?
Yeah, so I think it's quite likely that we'll have a tiebreak in Group A, because Sam Shangland and Dimitri Andreikin are leading the group there. So I think it's quite likely that we'll have a tiebreak there. I think in Group D, there's a big possibility for a tiebreak, as Sheikh Mamacharov has a. So yeah, actually here we have it, the cross table. So let's have a quick look. So we see in Group A that Dimitri Andreikin and Sam Shangland are tied for the lead, each with 3 points. Bakro is half point behind them. So I think it's quite likely that we'll have a tiebreak there. Also in Group D, MVL has a half-point lead over Shakir Mamacharov and Yu Youngie. So there's also plenty of chances for a tiebreak. But I think in Group C, I think Richard is just going to win the group. And I think Anish will hold today and move on to the next round. So,
yeah, we're going to see all of this happening today. I am really, really excited to see all these games. For now, they have started a little bit slow, because it seems like they're a bit careful, but we still have some interesting things happening. So let's get our bird's eye view back and check out Group C, because here Richard Rapport needs to either make a draw or win a game against Alexei Shirov. And he made this very fast decision right now in the game to trade the pawns on d5. So maybe we can take a look at that game.
Yeah, let's have a look at how we got here. So Richard is playing Alexei Shirov with white pieces. As we know, Richard only needs a draw to qualify for the next stage. So he's, of course, trying to play very solid. So let's see. So he played 1c4, c5 by Shirov, knight f3, knight c6, d4. They traded on d4, knight f6, knight c3, e6, and bishop f4. I always thought bishop f4 was a very solid line. Shirov goes d5, they traded on d5, and knight takes c6, pawn takes. And I think here, bishop d2 is white's main move. The position is extremely solid. So let's say you're Shirov, and actually bishop d2 has just been played. If you're fitted, he might be looking over his shoulder. He sees this game, he's like, shoot.
Yeah.
Like, even if he wins this game, he knows that it's going to be very unlikely that Richard is going to lose. So I think it's looking very good for Richard to move on to the next stage.
Yeah, today many players would also just look at their games and to use another eye to look the other game to see what is happening there. Because, you know, if the other games are like in a draw or something, you might be also happy with a draw, so it will not go crazy. So yeah, Vidit seems to be not in the best situation right now, and quite hard for him to lose 2 games against Richard Rapport at this tournament at Grand Prix. But yeah, this is currently the situation. I can see, Benjamin, that after bishop d2, there are plenty of the moves here for black. Starting with even rook b8 to go straight forward and attack the pawn on b2. We had something similar in the previous rounds when one of the side pawns were just like this. So can we talk a little bit about black's pawn structure? Is that weakness, or is okay to have this kind of structure?
Yeah, white should have a slightly better pawn structure because black has isolated pawns on c6 and a7, and white's queen side is nicely connected. However, black has some activity in the center, right? The knight on d5 is fairly active. Rook b8 is a nice move, hitting the pawn on b2. Maybe something like bishop b4, hitting the knight on c3 is a good move as well. So black is generally doing pretty fine here. We'll see what Shirov will come up with, but yeah, if we just had a quick look at the cross table, and we saw that Vidit started off really well. He was on 2 out of 2, but then he lost in the 3rd round with the black pieces against Richard Rapport. I mean, that can happen, but last round's loss was just crucial. I mean, losing that game with the white pieces after that, I think now there's going to be almost no chance for Vidit to come back.
Oh yes, and he was already talking at the beginning of the tournament, was talking about crucial Tata style situation for him, as he just needed to make several more draws and he was not able to do it. So yeah, Vidit has this similar situation here at this tournament. Why don't we take a bird's eye view here and check out how Vidit is doing with black pieces against Vladimir Fedosiev. This is in Group C, right next to the previous game that we were talking, and I can see that we do have opposite castling, so this can get really interesting.
Right, so let's have a look. So Fedosiev opened up with the move 1e4. Vidit played e5, and after knight f3, knight f6 was played. So Vidit plays the Petrov defense. I guess he just wanted to be solid. Maybe he didn't really believe he had any chances anymore to win the group. Or perhaps he was hoping that Fedosiev would play aggressive and that he would get his chances as well. Anyway, knight c5 was played, d6, knight f3, knight c4, knight c3. They traded, bishop b7, bishop b3, castles, queen to d2, knight d7, queenside castles, rook e8, king b1 was played. The king always sits a little bit better on this b1 square. Vidit goes knight f6, and after bishop d3, he seems to be thinking here, this is a pretty standard position in the Petrov. White has many attacking ideas, like sometimes rook h1, sometimes bishop g5, queen f4, queen h4 is an idea. And black generally tries to play in the center moves like c5, bishop e6. And I think according to theory, this position is balanced, but generally it's going to get very, very sharp.
Yeah. Seems like even I have seen this kind of positions here. For now, what I can see is black can go with d5 to get the knight, the square on e4, and probably to regroup the pieces. Maybe bishop d6 can come and activate there. Do you think we might have some sort of like queen side attack and the king side attack, and white can also go h4, h5, this kind of ideas?
Yeah, generally black here tries to attack on the queen side, as we mentioned, moves like bishop e6. So let's make a couple moves. I think something like c5 is quite common here for black. Let's say white goes h4, we play something along the lines of bishop e6, and white goes, I don't know, h5. Then black generally tries to go for moves like queen a5, hitting the pawn on a2, and eventually like sometimes b5, b4, trying to open up lines on the queen side. So I think we'll see that kind of situation that you described.
All right, interesting. Let's get our bird eye view now back. And I am so curious what happens in Group A. The game of Andreikin and Bakro seems to be very interesting, as Bakro decides to go right away b5 without even castling. So what is his idea by pushing the pawn forward that early? Let's bring the board maybe.
Yeah, let's have a very quick look. So if we have a look here at the game between Andreikin and Bakro, so let's see how we got here. So white played d4, d5, knight f3, e6. So here Andreikin played the move c4. Bakro took on the c4, so he's playing the queen's gambit accepted. e3, knight f6, bishop takes c4, c5, castles, and a6. And this is really sort of the starting position of the queen's gambit accepted. White has a lot of options here. White can take on c5. b3 is a move, knight c3 is a move, rook e1 is a move, queen e2 is a move. Literally everything is pretty much playable here for white. And Andreikin comes up with the move knight bd2, after which Bakro trades on d4, knight takes, bishop c5, hitting the knight 4 to b3, bishop b7, and Dmitry goes bishop e2, and after b5, which looks a bit surprising, because white goes a4 right away and puts pressure on black's queen side. But we discussed this group situation really briefly before. So Andreikin and Sam Shankland are currently leading the group. So I guess if Andreikin wins this game, he has excellent chances of winning, because then Sam Shankland will have to beat Krishuk with the black pieces, and that's not an easy task at all.
So it's not very easy for Sam. However, the game already seems to be very sharp there rather than boring equal position. But about this here, as we have a4, this move calls b4's move to be played, and after, if black pushes b4, then that knight very often goes to c4, and this knight has very good squares. A5, knight b6 is possible, but you can also try to push e4 at some point, bishop e3, and to try to concentrate the pieces on the queen side. I'm a bit surprised with the b5 move here, because I really don't see what happens after e4. You don't want to play b4 because you just gave up a c4 square for free. And yeah, this is that's not really good thing to do here. White has a lot of ideas to get alongside with this b6 c6 square. If you take the pawn on a4, then rook will come all the way there, and then black will have problems to develop the pieces like knight and the bishop. So this also gets c4 square for the knight, and otherwise you can't really hold the b5. Oh, maybe queen b6 is possible there.
Yeah, queen b6 is a move here, or just castling, and then maybe bishop e7. B takes e4 has just been played by Bakro. I guess that's probably his best option. And now we'll see. Maybe white's a tiny bit better because he always has pressure on the pawn on a6, but black is still extremely solid. And the knights on b3 and d2 are a little bit clumsy. So we'll see whether Andreikin can put some real pressure on Bakro. I guess Andreikin also wants to play it solid in the sense that he probably feels that it's unlikely that Shankland will beat Grishuk with the white pieces. And if it ends in a draw, then they will go to tiebreak. And Dmitry Andreikin is extremely strong in Rapid and Blitz, because I remember in the World Cup in 2013, I believe, I think he knocked out Vladimir Kramnik, and he even made it all the way to the finals by winning almost all of his matches in the tiebreak. So he's very good.
Yeah, I agree with that. This game will be very interesting for sure. After this trade here, we're going to take a very deep look to the other games as well. But first, we're going to take now a very, very short break, and we will be back in a few minutes. And we hope that we're going to have very interesting updates in most of the games. So don't go anywhere. We will be back soon. would you like to work as an esport producer for the #1 chess site in the world? Chess.com is looking for a top-notch producer to join our talented and passionate team. Work remotely, producing live streams of the biggest chess events and help share the landscape of online chess entertainment. Go to chess.com/jobs now and learn more about this opportunity. All right, and after you do this, come back to this stream as we still have all the games in progress, and today is the most important round of this Grand Prix, as we do have a knockout stage, and half of the players, not half of the players, a lot of the players will be out of the tournament. We will have only 4 participants remaining to fight for the first and second places, as they're gonna have most of the Grand Prix points to get after that. And Benjamin, what happened since we were on the break?
Yeah, so the games were just starting up. It always, goes a bit slowly, but of course, at some point, the action is really gonna kick in. And perhaps here we see the bird's eye view. Perhaps we can have a look at the game between Shakir Mamedyarov and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. We know that Shakir is half a point behind MVL, so he has to try and win with white pieces. If MVL draws this game, that's not going to be enough for sure to qualify, because Yu Yangyi can catch up as well. So what do you think of the current position we have on the board, Caddy?
That's quite unusual, actually, to have this kind of structure in Queen's Gambit or cardspot structure. Usually the dark square bishop is traded for dark square bishop, but seems like here Maxim Vachier-Lagrave tried to chase the dark square bishop, and Shakir said like, okay, take it. I'll have open file for myself, and I will jump knight on e5, and I have very, very good square for this knight. So Benjamin, would you mind to go at the beginning and just see what happened and how we got in here?
Yeah, so Mamedyarov opened up with the move d4. MVL played knight of 6, c4, and here a bit of a surprise. MVL is known to be an expert in the Grunfeld. He almost always plays the move g6, but in this game he plays the move e6, and after knight c3, d5. The Queen's Gambit declined, so he's showing here that he wants to play very solid. Also, probably wanted to surprise Mamedyarov. He probably felt that it's kind of dangerous to play the Grunfeld, because he could have known that Shakir had at least a couple of weeks to prepare for this game. So Mamedyarov trades on d5, goes bishop to g5. This is all pretty standard. Black goes c6, defending the center. e3, bishop e7, queen to c2, which stops bishop f5 from black. Bishop d7, knight bd7, bishop d3, h6. Here, I always thought the main move is bishop to h4, but Shakir has other intentions. He goes for bishop f4, but this allows black to go knight to h5 and go after this bishop, which cannot be saved. So let's say black would play a move like short castles, then white can consider h3, and this bishop can always drop back to h2. But after knight h5, knight f3 was played, we see trade here. And I don't know, as you mentioned, white has this nice square on e5, but black's pawn structure is perfectly solid. So I think black should be doing fine here.
Yeah, black should do fine in here, as white can, of course, get this knight on e5. But then it is quite hard to start the king side attack. But white still has this minority attack on the queen side, starting with rook b1, b4, b5 to get the weakness on c6 square. But here black don't really have this kind of a move. f6, black should be really, really careful to kick this knight with f6, as it weakens the light squares, and that's exactly what here Shakir would like to have. So the main question here goes to this: how black should deal with the knights on e5 when white jumps in there, and obviously after castle, white will play this move knight e5.
Right, and as we speak, as pawn takes f4. Bishop d6 was played by MVL, hitting the pawn on f4, and Shakir is thinking here, knight e5 makes a lot of sense here. f6, as you mentioned, would be a big mistake because white gets bishop g6 and black has a lot of trouble on the light squares. So you don't want to do that. So then it's indeed annoying to get rid of this knight, because I mean, if you take this generally helps white. We're gonna, in most cases, stick with the f-pawn and can follow with f4, f5 and create a big attack on the king side. So I guess black can just let this knight sit on e5 and play around it, but it's not that easy. So I think maybe practically Shakhriyar has a slight advantage. It feels like the white position should be a bit easier to play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great. I just so very, very interesting line. Maybe we can put it up on the board. Here, black can go for queen b6 and straightforward attack the pawn on d4 from b6, as this pawn here is isolated, and white hasn't moved rook d1. So if you take this pawn on d4, you will fall for knight f7 and bishop g6, and obviously you don't want to do that, to give up the queen that early. So instead of taking on d4, black has a opportunity to take the knight on e5 and deal with this knight straightforward and take with the bishop. Yeah, because if knight takes now, white has this chance to take with a f pawn, and white has very good pawn structure, and also in the future there will be very dangerous kingside attack with f4 f5. So instead of this, black goes with bishop capture on e5, d takes on e5, and knight c5.
Mm-hmm.
So in this line, white gives up the light square bishop, as if you withdraw your bishop back, then it will be a little bit too passive, as black can go g6 and bishop f5 right away. So white ignores this bishop here and plays a castle, and then black takes the bishop, white takes the bishop with the queen and g6, hoping for bishop f5, and yeah, this can be potentially the position in this game.
Yeah, no, I really like the line that you just pointed out, just to illustrate to everyone real quick why bishop takes c5 is a very interesting move here. Because if we take now the f pawn, now black has queen takes c4 and there's no tactics, because there's no knight takes f7. White doesn't have a discovery with this bishop, so black's up a pawn here. The pawn e5 is also weak. So queen b6 is indeed a very interesting move, hitting the pawn on d4. I also saw another very interesting line, starting with queen f6, hitting the pawn on f4. So here the most logical move would be, let's say, g3. And here black could consider moves like g5. And it's actually difficult to deal with the attack on the f4 pawn. I mean, you can trade on g5, but I think black will be happy with this trade. Now this rook is active, your knight on e5 is loose, and let's say you trade. This position is great for black. I mean, the pawn on d4 is weak. Black has a very nice and solid pawn structure. The rook on h8 is active, putting a lot of pressure on pawn on h2. So something like this is perhaps also a possibility for MVL. So maybe what Shakhriyar should do in the current position is maybe just play a move like g3, defending the pawn on a 4 in a more simple manner.
Yeah, after g3, I just love your suggestion g5. Maybe black will go straight forward with this move, even in this position. Is that possible?
So let's see here, g5. Right, but maybe here white just sacrifices the pawn on f4 and goes for something like queenside castles, and I don't know, things can get quickly dangerous, I guess.
Yeah, white can then give a check on e-file, and in the variations which you showed earlier, black was ready to castle on the long side, but now to keep this king on the king side can be also not so safe for black's king.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see what Shakhriyar is doing here. He's thinking in the current position. Maybe g3 to just play it solid, defend the pawn on f4 this way. But I think MVL can be quite satisfied about the outcome of the opening. He's up almost 10 minutes on the clock. He has the bishop pair. His pawn structure is very solid. Of course, white has some ideas with the knight coming to e5, but I think objectively, black should be doing fine here.
Right. Yeah. Shall we get our bird eye view and check out what is happening to the game of Richard Roper than Alexei Shirov. That's Group C, the left side down there, and it seems like there's too many pieces on the diagonal, and you have to figure out what's happening there.
Right. So we left off after the move bishop to d2 by Richard. As we know, Richard only needs a draw to move on to the next stage, so he's gonna try to play very solid. Shirov played bishop b4, queen c2 was played by white, rook to b8, e3, queen a5. Sorry, he traded on c3, and after a3, nice intermezzo by Richard. Because I guess if white takes with the bishop right away, black goes queen a5, puts pressure on the bishop on c3, which is not that easy to deal with, because if you go rook c1, then you hang the pawn on a2 in many variations, so you don't really want to do that. So a3 makes sense, hitting the bishop, because now if you go bishop a5, now we take, and there's no queen a5. So Shirov played queen a5 right away. Obviously, we cannot take the bishop on b4 because it hangs a rook on a1. So it looks like Rapport is thinking in the current position, and what should he do here? Maybe taking on c3 makes sense.
Yeah, it can be possible. For now, what white cannot do is to take the bishop as the queen pins the rook. Is there a chance that white can consider to move the rook c1? Is there a move, or it loses to knight a2?
Right, rook c1 is definitely a move. Actually, as we speak, Richard has just moved. He has played the move queen to c1, also possible. So he's keeping this threat. I guess, so now the bishop is under attack. Like a takes b4 is a threat. If you move the bishop, let's say to e7 after bishop takes c3, white is doing great. The queen is under attack and the pawn on g7. So Shirov will probably have to come up with something original here. Maybe something like knight to e4. Because if we take with the bishop on b4, I guess black has rook takes b4, takes and queen takes, and there's no good way to deal with this check. So maybe after 94 we have to take with the pawn. But I think I feel pretty good about Richard's chances to be solid here and make the draw with white.
Yeah, it takes b4. Actually, there has been a game I can see right now that black went for queen f5. In that position, 94, a takes b4, and then queen f5, attacking on f2. You don't have time to take the pawn on c6, even it's with a check. After bishop d7, you lose the queen as, or you have to give up f2 pawn. So instead of this, white has to play f3. There is no other way to guard f2 pawn. And after f3, knight takes d2, queen has to take on d2, and queen g5. So this can be the line that black can consider to play, as white's pawns are a little bit loose and they are under attack. And also, like, black probably wants to keep the eyes on the king side with the queen being on g5.
Yeah, all of that makes a lot of sense. I like the move queen g5 that you just suggested, because it does not, like, because let's say black castles, right, which looks like the natural move. Then here white has time to go bishop d3, hit the queen, and then castle, right? And maybe white's a tiny bit better because these pawns on a7 and c6 are a bit weak. But with the move queen g5, in this position, let's say white goes bishop d3 here, black goes queen h4 check very quickly and picks up the pawn on b4. So maybe what Richard wants after this move queen g5 that you mentioned, maybe he just wants to take here on a7, black gives a check, we go g3, black takes here, we trade, black takes, we go, I don't know, let's say rook a2, and a lot of pieces have already been traded off, right? So maybe he just wants to go for this line and make a solid draw.
Can be possible, because this seems like white don't really risk too much, as black's pieces are not yet developed and they can't create for now a problem. However, these pawns on the third rank seems to me not the best placed pawns. It's interesting if he would like to go in there, but after 94, this line seems pretty much forced, right? 94 and 8x before.
Right, yeah, after 94, 8x4 is definitely forced, and queen f5 makes a lot of sense. Maybe black can also just play something like queen b6 with a more straightforward idea of taking on d2 and queen takes b4. Maybe Richard wants to go something like bishop c3. So in case black takes, he can take with the b pawn and fix his pawn structure. And I mean, there's no way Richard is ever going to lose a position like this. If anyone's better, it's white. So it's looking tough for FIDE to catch up. So we earlier actually maybe we can bring back the bird's eye view and have an overlook at all of the games. But maybe we can have a quick look at what's happening in the game between Yu Youngie and Alexander Pretka, because we discussed earlier the game between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and MVL. Let's say that game ends in a draw, then Yu Youngie has a chance to catch up in the standings.
Yeah, that's true. However, Yu Youngie is the player who has the draws, and I believe he's the only player who has not had a decisive result yet. And this is quite solid player we have here. Yeah,
well,
that's
I think
right.
also
Bakro also has draws.
Well, also Bakro, right? But also Shakhriyar in the same group, I think, has all draws.
That's really, really interesting. So Bakro and Shakhriyar and Yu Youngie has all the draws so far.
Indeed. So let's have a look at this game. It's also very important for the standings in Group D, because as we mentioned, if MVL does not win and Yu Youngie will win, then he forces a playoff. Like in case Mamedyarov wins, he'll play the playoff against Mamedyarov, and if the game ends in a draw, he will play against MVL. So let's see how we got here. So white played e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop e5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castles, and bishop e7. So this is known as a closed Ruy Lopez. White goes rook to e1, b5, bishop d3, and here the move d6. So this has lost a bit of its popularity. The move castles become really popular recently. It's what Magnus Carlsen played in the World Championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. But d6 was played, c3, castles, h3. Now here there's a lot of things black can do. So black can go for bishop b7 or rook e8. In both orders, they'll lead to the Zaitsev defense. Black can go knight of b8. That's known as the Breyer defense. There's a move knight a5. That's known as the Chigorin defense. But Pretka goes for rook e8. So this is the Zaitsev. White goes d4, bishop b7. And here countless of games have ended in draws with white going knight g5, hitting the pawn on f7. Black goes rook e8. White goes knight f3, rook e8, knight g5. But of course, that's not what Yu Youngie wants. He wants to win this game. So he goes knight bd2, bishop f8, putting indirect pressure on the pawn on e4. So Youngie goes bishop c2, protecting that pawn once more. And here knight b8 by Pretka. It looks like a bit of a weird move, or like, why would you undevelop your knight, right? However, now he opens up the diagonal for the bishop to put pressure on this pawn on e4. The knight wants to reroute to the d7 square. And black is very solid. He can go c6 or c5, depending on the situation. So white goes b3, knight bd7, and now d5, so that after c6, he can play c4. So what do you think of the current position that we have on the board, Caddy?
I do love the center for white here, and black is also keeping this tension, so with c6 and b5 pawn. But yeah, in fact, I just do love this chain of the pawns, and I think white can start some sort of kingside play now. Starting with knight h2, knight g4. We have seen that kind of moves and the plans a lot in the first leg, as Hikaru was playing that with white, with black. He just loves to do this kind of maneuvering. You can also develop the bishop on b2 and then try to push f4, or just keep this bishop here on this diagonal. Can also be very useful if you develop on e3. And there is also quite typical maneuvering here. Even I learned it: knight f1, knight g3, and knight f5 to improve your position. So if the center is closed and stabilized, white can do all these things on the king side and get more space advantage. So for this reason, Predke has always keep the tension on the center with this pawn c6 and b5.
Right. So after c4, Predke has moved. He has played the move. Oh, sorry. He has played the move knight at b6, potentially putting some pressure on the pawn on c4. And Youngi played rook b1 fairly quickly, so maybe he's still familiar with this position to remove rook b1. If the b file opens up, puts pressure on the knight on b6. So let's see what Predke will do here. I mean, maybe move like queen c7. Looks logical. What also would make sense to my eye is a move like g6 followed by bishop h6, bring that bishop into the game. Because right now it's a little bit passive on f8. I kind of like white's position, given the fact that, you know, white has more space. And also look at the bishops, right? This bishop on f8 is a bit passive because it's kind of blocked in by its own pawns. And this bishop on b7 as well, right? Like right now it's looking at white's pawn on d5. So I think Youngi has good chances for an advantage here.
Mm-hmm. How about moves like, for instance, a5, rook c8, and bishop a6 to put all the pressure here and the c4 pawn or d5 pawn in this way?
Yeah, no, that's a very nice plan. Yeah, a5 with the bishop coming to a6, putting pressure on his pawn on c4. Because as we mentioned, this bishop on b7 is a little bit dead right now, right? And it will come back to life on the a6 floor. So I like that plan a lot. So let's see what Predke will do here. But yeah, this game is going to be very exciting for sure. Because as we mentioned, if Youngi wins, I think he has pretty good chances to force a tiebreak either against MVL or Mamadjarov, of course, and unless, of course, if MVL wins that game with the black pieces.
Yeah, very interesting situation also in this group. Why don't you take the bird's eye view and check out what happens into the other games very, very quickly. We can see in the group B here, Vitugov, Giri, they have traded some more moves, and white's king is still not castled. The next game in the same group, Hari Krishna and Tabatabai, we do have this position G3, King G2, and white is ready to bring the rook on H file. And also a very interesting situation is happening in the game of Grishuk and Sam Shanklanding in Group A. Maybe we can take a look at that game first, because we have so much updates in this game, and clearly we can now see who stands better.
Right, so let's have a quick look at the game between Alexander Grishuk and Sam Shankland. As we mentioned, this game is crucial for the standings in Group A. So we left off after white's sixth move c4, but indeed a lot has happened. So Sam played g6, knight c3, bishop g7, fianchettoing his bishop, short castles. And here Grishuk voluntarily gives up his bishop on a d7 square. Bit of a surprising decision, but after bishop 67, he goes queen at d3. And now
can I suggest why he did that? Because it's a little bit trap. But when you castle on the short side, your knight is free to move away. And if the knight goes away, for instance, on b6 or on e5, then this bishop will be really not well placed there, as c4 pawn will be under threat, and at this point you don't really want to push b3, as g7 bishop will be all the way up and can be really, really dangerous for white. There are a lot of sacrifices there in the center after that move. So the moment black castles here, it is really best to get rid of this bishop for the knight, and yeah, to play without light square bishop.
Yeah, you make a very good point. If white plays a move like h3, which looks very natural, black can always play something like knight at b6, threatening to go a6, remove this bishop on b5 to put pressure here. And you can play b3, but this is quite awkward, because then after a6, you'll have to go bishop a4, and where's this bishop on a4 ever going? Right, so that is indeed why Grishuk voluntarily gave up his bishop for the knight. Sam recaptured, queen d3 was played by Grishuk. a6, so black wants to go b5 in some variations, which is why Grishuk played a4. But here Sam went knight at g4, so he wants to jump around with the knight, and Grishuk played knight at f3, stopping the knight e5 jump. And here Sam played the move b5, Okay, so after b5, Grishuk took the pawn, Sam recaptured, Shirov took on a8, Sam recaptured, and Grishuk took this pawn on b5. And here, a bit of a surprising decision by Sam. He goes bishop takes c3, but I wonder what his idea is. So let's say we take, because if we take with the queen, he wants to take here, and I would think black is doing pretty fine. But what does he want to do if white takes with the pawn?
That's very interesting. If you attack the pawn on b5, then c4 comes on the way, and white will be very happy anyway to bring the bishop on b2 square.
Right. Yeah, maybe what he can... Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, no, you go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say maybe what he can do is go queen a4, hit the pawn on b5. And if white goes c4 now, maybe bishop e6. And the pawn on c4 is very difficult to protect, right? Like white can go knight at d2, but this would allow, let's say, rook c8, and you're probably going to lose the pawn back on c4. And black should be doing fine, but you also have knight at e5, hitting the queen on d3 and the pawn on c4 that way. Now, I think black should be doing fine here because these pawns are pretty loose. And I guess if after queen a4 you go knight d4, black should be doing fine after, say, rook to c8, right? Because it's really difficult to do anything with these pawns, and knight e5 is coming.
You know what's interesting? Sam has 1 hour and 22 minutes on the clock. He plays rather fast. It's move like about 15 move, but still Grishuk has 46 minutes. And compared to that, Sam is playing really, really fast here. So, and also to give up the dark square bishop just like this, he definitely is adding his home preparation in this line, or he just came up with some brilliant idea to hit all these weaknesses of white's pawns right away, as you just demonstrated with all these moves: rook c8, queen a4, bishop e6, and knight e5 and everything.
Yeah, I wonder if he's still in his preparation or if he's just really showing good form here, finding very good moves quickly. So I think Sam should be fine in this game. I don't really see him losing. I also don't really see him winning. So let's say Andrejkin wins this game, then he would probably win the group. So let's have a look at that game.
Right.
Right. So I think we left off.
We started a4 b takes a4 and rook a4. That was the last time we saw this game.
Right. So castles was played by Bakro. Knight at c4, bishop d7, hitting the rook on a4, rook a1, knight c6, and here knight bd2. A bit of a surprising decision. Maybe he wants to go b3, bishop b2. It looks fairly even to me, so it's not out of the question that this game will end in a draw and we'll have a tiebreak between Andrejkin and Sam Schengen. But keep in mind, if Bakro wins this game, then he will be tied for the lead with Sam if Sam draws against Grishuk.
Yeah, that's true, and it will be very interesting to see this kind of scenario, as well as we know how Bakr thinks about this leg now, as he had not so successful first leg. He just plays another tournament rather than fighting for the spot at the candidates tournament. But I think he's doing really, really good here, and also in the first leg he had really fantastic positions in most of the games, and very good. He was showing a good preparation, but in this position after knight d2, b3, and maybe he wants to play bishop a3 to trade the dark square bishop and to get something like on d6 square. Maybe knight can go, and also knight bd2 kind of supports at some point moves like e4 to develop the bishop on e3. Yeah, but I actually agree with you. Maybe this is not too much for white, and black is totally fine in this position.
Yeah, so what black can also do is go for a move like knight at d5, because this discourages the move b3, because if you go b3 here, that allows knight at c3. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like black rook should be fine here. The position is already a bit simplified, so it's not unlikely that we'll see a draw here and a potential tiebreak. But you mentioned the game between Anish Giri and Nikita Vichigov earlier. Maybe we can bring up that game and see what has happened. So we left off after the move queen d2 by Vichigov. Anish played the move knight to a5, a very interesting move. So he wants to go knight c4, which is a threat, but more importantly, let's say white castles. This would be a big mistake, I think, because black has bishop takes d4, and however you recapture, black has knight b3, hitting the queen and the rook. And it's not like black is winning, but if this happens, white doesn't have any realistic winning chances, and as you mentioned, he has to win this game. So Vichigov played rook d1, knight c4 by Anish, hitting the queen, queen to c1, Anish traded, white recaptured, and rook e8. Nice move, hitting the queen. The queen went to f4 and bishop g4. So here, if white castles, I guess what Anish maybe wants to do is take on d4, and white recaptures, maybe bishop takes e2. And I don't know, it feels like black should be doing all right here.
I guess so, as black just captured this a2 pawn, and even if black loses c5, then it will be quite symmetrical endgame. And as Anish is happy with a draw, this can be a very good solution for him to go into this endgame. There is nothing too much to worry about. So yeah, after bishop g4, is there a way that maybe white holds on castle and first tries to maybe kick the bishop back with h3?
Right, yeah, h3 makes sense, I guess, indeed not to give the pawn on e2, because as you mentioned, if black takes on d4 and on e2, the position becomes fairly symmetrical, and it's really difficult for white to ever create any chances there. So I guess h3 makes sense. Let's say black goes bishop h5, maybe g4, but then if black goes bishop g6, the light squares on the king side are always weak, and then white is going to castle on that side of the board eventually. So I mean, just to illustrate, like let's say white castles, black can now go bishop c7 and queen d6, and I don't know, it's a bit unpleasant for white to deal with, I guess. So you also don't really want to do this, right? Because black should be doing fine here with the two bishops and the weaknesses around the white king.
Oh yeah, look at this queen and the bishop and the dark squares. This queen coming on h2 will be really big threat. And if you try to play f4 and also look for some moves like f5 to trap the bishop, then this gives up e4 square, and black can straightforward go for this e4 square with a bishop or with a knight. And yeah, look at this position. Black is totally happy to play in this pawn structure. So bishop g4 seems very interesting move. However, there is something like yeah, and he's using this time as white is not castle, and he plays all these moves to go against the castle. So
right,
white
yeah,
castles now. We go to the end game, and we have seen this already, that yeah, there's nothing much to worry here.
Indeed, yeah, I think black should be doing fine here. So a difficult decision here to make for Vichigov. He was playing quite quickly earlier on, but it could be that he's out of his preparation here. He has 1 hour and 20 minutes on the clock. Anish has 42 minutes on the clock, so quite a hefty time advantage for Vichigov, up more or less 40 minutes, but he seems to be thinking here, so I guess he's also out of his preparation, which is always a big relief for Anish. But yeah, with all that being said and done, you guys, the games are really heating up here at the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. We are going to be taking a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more action from the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break.
The Bullet Chess Championship is back with exciting new twists. Now a double elimination tournament. The event feathers with 16 players like Hikaru Nakamura, Daniel Naroditsky, Fabiano Caruana, and many other race for the crown for their share of $100,000 prize fund. Catch the main event of the Bullet Chess Championship starting March 3rd right here on chess.com. But before that, you guys, we have very interesting games happening at the Grand Prix round 6. And Benjamin, we have so much updates in most of the games.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at what has happened. So we left off here in this game between Anish Giri and Nikita Vichigov. So after the move bishop g4, white castled. Anish took on d4. Vichigov recaptured the rook. This is pretty much what we expected. And after bishop takes c2, Vichigov played the move rook to b1. Very interesting. So he does not want to take the bishop on e2. Instead, he wants to capture the pawn on d5, after which he should still have some pressure. Like, let's say black plays a move like h6, then white will always take. And it's not like this position is just getting simplified, right? Because after white takes the bishop, the pawn on f7 is under attack, the pawn on b7 is under attack. So still lots of pressure here for white. So maybe what Anish can do is go for a move like bishop c4, but that's probably actually what this move rook b1 is aimed against, because now he can play the move b3, hit the bishop has to move, and now it takes, and all the same problems still remain. And also Anish is getting down to 35 minutes, so definitely still some problems to solve here for Anish.
Yes, and I was really curious why Nikita Vichigov plays rook b1, because this is so not natural looking move. Usually you would play here rook c1, at least to have this rook on the open file, but you just pointed out a very important thing, that bishop c4, if you want to guard the d5 pawn, which is by the way hanging right now, if you don't take care of it, then b3 goes and attacks the bishop. And Benjamin, I kind of have a feeling that it is now Vichigov who is well prepared in this position, and he exactly knows what he is doing, and Anish is struggling, at least on the clock. Look at his time.
Indeed, yeah, he's down to 35 minutes. Vichigov still 1 hour and 20 minutes on the clock, so that's always kind of unpleasant to face. And yeah, I don't know, maybe Anish is feeling the pressure here. He knows the draw is enough, but as we discussed, like, these kind of situations are never easy. So let's see what he can do in the current position, right? Like, if you allow knight takes d5, that's kind of problematic. So what he could do is maybe go for something like rook to c8, activating the rook. And let's say white takes, he's going to recapture. And let's say we take with the bishop. Maybe a move like queen c7 will solve most of his problems, because he's offering queen trade, he's defending the pawn on f7, he's defending the pawn on b7. And I guess black should be doing more or less fine here. So maybe this is what he should go for, but it's not easy. And yeah, as you mentioned, the time is ticking down.
Exactly. Is there a way that after rook c8, white can keep the tension still in the on the board and keep pieces in game, or to go to that end game and capture d5 pawn is okay? Because Vichigov has to win in this position, right? He has no chance to get out of playoffs with a draw. So for him, only one result exists here in this position.
Yeah, no, I agree. He has to win this game. So let's have a look. I mean, what else could he do? Maybe he can consider taking with the bishop, threatening bishop takes f7 and threatening bishop takes b7. But I would think if black takes on d5, black should be... Well, actually, here there's a small difference, because here we could take with the rook, your queen is under attack. If you go queen c7 here, the problem is that white can trade, like recaptures, and now we take on e2. And so we force both of the rooks away from the back rank, and what do? We go rook d8, and it's checkmate. So that's perhaps an option, but black should be fine here, I would think, one way or another, like maybe queen b6 or something. But it's definitely still a little bit unpleasant for Anish.
Yeah, it is. I agree with that. Why don't we go very quickly to our bird's eye view and check out the other games as well. So look at this game in Group C. Richard Rapport and Alexei Shirov castled safely, and now at this point has an extra pawn even. Black has very active pieces, of course. Black has nothing to worry to lose the game, but also White's solved all the problems and the issues, and I think he's quite safe here in this position.
Right, so let's go to the game. So we left off after White's 13th move, which was the move Queen to C1 by Richard. And here we also see the standings. Richard is leading by a full point over Vidit Gujarati, so a draw will be enough. So let's see. So Queen B6 was played by Sheriff. White took on B4. Black played knight E4, Bishop C3. This is more or less all what we expected. Black castled, Bishop D3, hitting the knight. Black took on C3. White recaptured. And after C5, Black wants to put pressure on the pawn on B4. Richard played B5, a very nice move. Now, if I can play C4 later on to solidify this pawn on D5, it can become a little bit unpleasant. So Sheriff came up with a pretty good move. He played the move C4, sacrificing the pawn, but now he goes Bishop D7, and this pawn on B5 is very difficult to protect. So Richard castled, Rook FC8, very nice move by Sheriff, hitting the pawn on, hitting the bishop on C4 first before capturing the pawn on B5. So Richard played Bishop B2, Bishop takes B5, Bishop takes, Queen takes, Rook takes A7, Queen C4. And this game is just headed for a draw. There's no way White can hang on to the pawn on C3. You can play Rook to A3, but here Black can just play Rook B3, for example. And if you take, we take with the Queen. Although that being said, White still has Rook to D1. And you cannot take right away because there's back rank checkmate. And let's say you go G6, there's still Rook D3. So it's not a draw just yet. But I mean, we know that a draw is a good result for Richard because then he just moves on to the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. But the fact that he has 0 problems at this point is quite impressive by Richard Roberts. That seems that he is really, really good shape. We have to take a look at the other game in this group where Vladimir Fedosiev against Vidit Gujarati is heating up right now. If Robert draws his game or wins his game, Vidit probably could also try to not to risk too much in this game and just accept whatever is happening. But at some point, I saw that he had all these pawns on the 5th rank with D5, C5, and B5. So can we take a look what happened?
Yeah, so we left off after knight f6 and bishop d3. So Vidit played d5, creating space in the center, h3, grabbing more space with c5, and after c4, he went b5. Very nice move by Vidit. So either way you take, Black's going to get an attack. Like, let's say you take on b5. What Black can very often do is just go a6, and he's like, okay, you can take this pawn here, but that's only going to help me, because now he gets to open b and a files to attack. So this is great for Black. So what did Fedoseev do? He took on d5, now c4 by Vidit. And where do you go with this bishop, right? Like, going to e2 is a bit passive. So he went d6, a counterattack. Now Vidit took on d3, White took on e7, d takes c2, queen takes a, queen takes e7. And I kind of like Black's position. I mean, now that he's taken on c2, this king on b1 always feels a little bit open if this bishop somehow ends up on this diagonal. So Fedoseev goes rook h1 and bishop e7. So now bishop e4 is a big threat. So I really like Vidit's position. But yeah, as we said, even if he wins this game, I don't see Report losing. So it's probably not going to be enough for Vidit. But still, if he wins, he'll finish second in the group, and that still picks up some nice prize money.
Yeah, I agree with that. But the position is very, very interesting. And I hope that these two players are just approaching the game as it's the next game. And let's hope that they don't really, would not be hurted by the other game's position or the result. Because for now, just imagine you're fighting in your game, but you should also take a look what happens in the other game. And for Vidit, this is not very good news, as Robert is having not too much to risk in his position, and quite peaceful end game. Shall we take a look at the other games too, as we do have a lot of exciting situations. For instance, the game of Mamadurov and MVL got some shape, can take a look at that.
Right, yeah, let's have a look at that game. This game is crucial for the standings in Group D, as we see. MVL has a half-point lead over Mamedyarov. So if Mamedyarov wins this game, he'll overtake MVL in the standings. Yu Youngie also still has a chance if he beats Predke, but for Mamedyarov, only a win is a good result here. So Bishop D6 was played by MVL, G3 by Shakhriyar. And after the move short castles by MVL, Shakhriyar was like, okay, I have to win this game. So he went queenside castles, right? So now he wants to go and moves like H4, maybe 95, G4, G5, play very aggressively on the king side. MVL was like, okay, if you try to attack me on the king side, I'm going to try to attack you on the queen side. So he went B5, 95 by Shakhriyar, hitting the pawn on C6, queen C7, king B1 was played by Shak. And here, knight to B6, a nice move by MVL. So let's see. I think it was probably the correct approach, though, by Shak to try to go all out because he has to win this game. So maybe what he can do in a position like this is go for someone like rook G1 and then quick G4, G5.
I like that. This kind of attack and try to open up the position, but also black is there with B4 attacking the knight, and then A5, A4 can be right away as well. So wow, this is actually what we want to see every day, not only the last round of the knockout system, but yeah, interesting position indeed.
Indeed, yeah, this is what we want to see. The players going all out for the win. And as we speak, rook HG1 has just been played by Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. He wants to go all out and try to beat MVL. He knows that a draw is not enough. I mean, I think, yeah, if he draws this game, his chance of qualifying to the candidates are more or less zero. So this game is huge for both players. They both okay, if MVL draws, he will probably move on or have a tiebreak against Yu Youngie. But as you said, if Mamedyarov does not win this game, I think he's not going to qualify. So that's why he's taking risks. But I think the risks are justified. I think White has good chances for an attack here. And Black still has to get something going on the queen side.
True, but Benjamin know how Shakhriyar plays in each of his game. This is not even much of the risk for him because he just loves this kind of position when he has a bit of initiative. Maybe not a big advantage, but something to find. And he's quite sharp in tactics as well. He can spot nicely where is the danger, what can be done. But talking all of this, you still remember the game that he missed yesterday, this tactic D5, Queen D6?
Right, yeah, it was very surprising that he missed that tactic against Predke. Yeah, that would have been a very nice win for him because then he would have leveled up the score with MVL. And then, I mean, maybe this game would have been different. But with that being said, maybe we can pull up the game between Yu Youngie and Alexander Predke. As we mentioned, let's say this game between Shakhriyar and MVL ends in a draw. If Yu Youngie wins, then he will join in for a tiebreak as well. So we left off after the move rook to b1 by Yu Youngie. So queen c7 was played by Predke. Bishop d3, making sure the pawn on c4 is protected and potentially putting pressure on the pawn on b5. Knight after d7, so Black wants to maneuver his knight over to the c5 square. And here, bishop a3. So let's say Predke plays knight c5. Do you think Yu Youngie wants to trade his bishop for the knight there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. He would be happy to take this, as the pawn on c5 will slow down the Black's queenside attack. And few moves that we were just seeing here, it was Black who was creating all this kind of sort of like small threats, and White had to play rook b1, bishop d3, bishop a3, and so on. So White wants to cool down things a little bit on the queen side, change the pawn structure, and after doubling these pawns, look at this, Black don't really have b takes c4 or c takes d5 that strong, and as now the center can be more or less stabilized, White can go to kingside attack, and we have seen there are a couple more, like some plans and ideas that White can proceed the game. So I think, yeah, he will definitely take it.
Yeah, so I kind of like Yu Youngie's chances here. He's also up almost half an hour on the clock. The position looks better for him, so I think he has good chances to win this game and maybe join MVL or Shakhriyar for a tiebreak. But for Yu Yangi to join in for a tiebreak, MVL should not win his game, right? That's what you're hoping for if you're you, right? If you're you. It's actually quite funny. I remember that Anish he lost against Yu Yangi in the Qatar Masters in 2014. And after that loss, he started making all sorts of you jokes. He was having dinner with his friend Adiban, and he said like, "Yeah, you played a really good game today. Yeah, you played really good."
Yeah, and they meant Yu Yangi. It's so tricky.
Indeed, yeah.
It's so tricky. Yeah, those two together is a lot of fun, for sure. Adiban and Anish are very good friends as well, and they always bring up some jokes. But yeah, it's quite tricky to have opponent called you. I thought actually,
Indeed, yeah.
I thought you actually asked me what I prefer, and of course I prefer to see tie breaks because I love that that scenario. And we do have one less tie breaks tomorrow, and this is Group C. In this group, there will be no tie breaks tomorrow, as Richard Rapport made a draw against Alexei Shirov, and he qualified from Group C to the next stage.
Indeed, yeah. So Richard Rapport, he has achieved his goal, so to speak, for today. He just wanted to take 0 risks. And so maybe we can have a very quick look at how the game finished, but nothing much really happened. So we left off after the move Queen of C4 by Shirov, hitting the pawn on C3. So I think here we expected Rook A3, and Black still has some minor issues to solve, but Richard was like, okay, I don't care. He goes Rook to D7. Here, Black actually needs to be careful. You do not take the pawn on C3, because White goes Rook D8 check. You have to take the Rook, and then you lose the Queen. So that would be a way to lose the game. So instead of that, Shirov goes Rook B3. He wants to capture the pawn with the Rook. Richard goes Queen D1. Now here, once again, you do not capture the pawn, because White goes Rook D8, and you are getting checkmated. So Shirov played H6 instead, making a square for the king. Now Richard gave a check, takes, King H7, Queen in D4, Shirov took. They traded queens, G3, King G6. Move 30 was reached. The players could now offer a draw, which was agreed upon. And yeah, so Richard gets a draw and moves on to the semifinals, against which he will be playing against the winner of Group D. So that's going to be MVL, Shakhriyar, or Yu Yangi, but definitely a big result for Richard. Moving on to the semifinals once again.
Absolutely, he's in a very, very good shape at this leg, and I can recall what was happening in the leg. First, like he was struggling to get out from the group, and he had to fight in the first tie breaks, as I remember. And actually, he was a bit lucky, as his opponents in the group did not really show their best as they could. And then Richard was given a chance to get out from the group. And yeah, it was quite a tricky situation for him in first leg. But here it seems like he's in a very good shape.
Yeah, he got a little bit lucky in the first leg in Berlin, because I think he lost the first game with the black piece against Wojtaszek, and it was looking pretty tough. But then he managed to score some wins and get back in it. But in the last round, he was playing Fedosseev with the black pieces. First, Fedosseev was better. And then in the position, Fedosseev could have just repeated the position. However, Fedosseev was worried that one of his rivals would win the game and a draw would not be enough. So Fedosseev avoided the repetition. And later on, Richard went to win. So let's say Fedosseev would have repeated, Rapport would have been out. But as it happened, Richard qualified to the semifinals. So there he picked up some very important points. And here he's going to pick up at least 7 points as well. So he has still a lot of chances to qualify to the candidates tournament. However, I do think that he will probably need to win his semifinals match. And maybe he even has to win the whole Grand Prix.
Yes, and this is the final chance for him. And out of 3 tournaments, he's playing the second one. And we were talking about this yesterday, as we do have only 3 tournaments at the Grand Prix circle. Seems to be not really enough. If you have a bit unlucky first leg, then you have very slim chance to come back in the second leg. But here we have this situation and cannot be changed pretty much. We can now focus a little bit more on Group A, because that is biggest chance that we're going to have a tiebreak in that group. So what's happening here in these 2 games?
Right, so let's have a look. So let's have a look at the game between Alexander Grishuk and Sam Shankland. So we left off after Black took on c3 with the bishop. So Grishuk recaptured with the pawn. Now Sam went queen a4. So he wants to go after the pawns on the queen side. Grishuk played queen to d4. And here Sam took with the bishop on a4. Grishuk traded the queens. He played h3, hitting the knight. The knight went back to f6, but now e5. Oh, sorry. e5 was played. Black took, white recaptured, and after rook c8, white played bishop to a3, hitting the pawn on e7. I think this game is just headed for a draw. Black probably is just going to take here, then white's going to take here. The position is completely symmetrical. Both sides have 3 pawns on the king side, a rook, a knight, and bishop each. So I think this game is just going to end in a draw. So then it will all depend on the game between Dimitri Andreikin and H.M. Bakro. And Keddy, what is happening in that game?
Look at this. Etienne tries to activate his pieces, and now at this point, before we go very deep into the lines, I really like Black's position. I like how Black's pieces are so active. Bishop b5, knight on b4, another knight on d5, even queen on b8 looks very, very nicely placed there, as it has some sort of role here in this at this position. So I'm kind of feeling that Bakr is trying to turn the tables, and he has a little bit slight advantage on the clock as well.
Indeed, yeah. I feel like Bakr should be completely fine in this position, maybe even slightly better. I guess you're right. If I would have to pick a side here, I'll probably pick to play with the black pieces. But Andreikin is also an extremely solid player, so I don't really see him getting into trouble here. I think the most likely result is probably going to be a draw, and then we will have a tiebreak between Sam Shankland and Dimitri Andreikin. So that's going to be a lot of fun for sure then tomorrow.
Yes, we do want tie breaks. We don't accept 0 tie breaks tomorrow. So there is no chance we're going to have in a Group C. And this is the biggest chance for us to have some fun tomorrow. So let's keep the eyes on these 2 games. However, there is still a very interesting situation in Group B. We can take a look in the game of Nikita Vityugov and Anish Giri. The move which you suggested, rook c8, just happened, and it is now Vityugov who is taking some time to figure out how to proceed this position.
Indeed, rook c8 has just been played by Anish, which we thought was the best move. Very nice move by Anish. So the point, as we illustrated before, is that if white takes on d5 with a knight, now black can take, and let's say we take with the bishop, black has to move queen c7, which pretty much solves all of his problems. He defends the pawn on b7, the pawn on f7. He's offering queen trade, and know that the pawn structure after the trade is completely symmetrical, so black should be doing completely fine here. Anish is down on the clock here. He's down to 24 minutes for 22 more moves to be made until the time control. But let's say something like this arises on the board, then it doesn't matter, right? The position is so simplified that Anish will have no trouble whatsoever drawing this game. So let's see what Vityugov will do here. I mean, as we said, knight takes d5 looks fine for black. I mean, maybe he can take with the rook, but then black goes queen c7 anyway. Perhaps something like queen d4, hitting the pawn on a7, preparing rook d7. I wonder if black ever has a trick with queen c1, but I guess it doesn't work, right? Like, I guess we take, black takes, bishop f1. So if we take with the rook, there's king g2, and white should be winning. And what happens if black takes with the bishop and tries to go here?
Queen d2 maybe first.
Yeah, queen d2. So let's say the rook moves into the corner. Still looks a bit tricky, but maybe we have a move like rook c5 to block here. But actually, I was wondering, like,
yeah,
let's
very
say
interesting. Before we go to very deep into this line, the game between Grishuk and Sam Shankland has been ended in a draw. So right now, Sam is just counting on a draw in the game of Andrekin and Baccarat to go to the playoffs, or if Baccarat wins, that he also goes to the playoffs. Only worst scenario for him is Andrekin's win in that position. So do you think he's safe here in this situation?
Yeah, I don't really see Andrekin winning his game. So let's have a very quick look as to how we got here. So we left off after Grishuk played the move bishop to a3. Sam just took the pawn on c3, bishop takes c7, knight to d5. Here Grishuk played rook a1, and already here it was very clear in what direction the game was headed. So Sam took the pawn, took the bishop on e7, rook takes a4, rook c7. The position is completely symmetrical. However, since the players are not at move 30, they cannot agree to a draw. The rule stipulated you can only offer a draw after black's 30th move. So Grishuk played rook to c4, they traded the rooks, king g7 was played, g3, king f6, king g2, king e6, and after knight d2, Sam played his 30th move, f6, which was accompanied with a draw offer. And so Sam finishes on a score of 3.5 out of 6. Pretty good showing for Sam, and now he will indeed have to wait. So let's say, so there's a couple scenarios. Let's say Andrekin wins against HM Baccarat, and let's pull up that game real quick. So let's say Andrekin wins that game, Andrekin wins the group and moves on to the semifinals. Let's say Andrekin draws, then Sam will play a playoff against Dimitri Andrekin. But let's say HM Baccarat wins, then Sam will play a tiebreak against Baccarat. So lots of scenarios, and Sam will definitely have to play again tomorrow, hopefully for him.
Yeah, out of 3 scenarios, he's winning in 2, so that's quite logical result from Sam too. But anyway, he fight it for it. They didn't really agree, or Sam was not in a mood to make a draw. He had I think very good position, but Grishuk is very strong opponent, and now if he just went also with all these strong moves, and the game ended in a draw. Very interesting situation is happening in the game of Fedosiev and FIDE. Shall we take a look at that one? I can see that the bar goes all the way down and shows that FIDE has very good position.
Right, so let's have a look at what has happened here. So we left off after Vidit's move bishop to b7. Fedosiev played king a1. Because now after bishop e4, he does not lose his queen. He can still move the queen here, right? Otherwise, the king would be in check. So here, Vidit played queen b7. Nice move, lining up the bishop and the queen on the same diagonal. And Fedosiev played the move knight to h4. So this involves a pawn sacrifice, but I doubt that Vidit is going to take it. It looks quite risky because white can play something like rook g1, hitting the bishop, and then try to create an attack along the g file. So maybe what Vidit can do is just continuing his attack on the queen side, maybe with a move like queen a6. So if white plays f3, you can play bishop d5 with some initiative. And actually queen a6, he's listening to us, has just been played on the board.
Yeah, very nice move with the idea of bishop d5 and try to weaken the king on queen side. This king traveled a lot of way, first castled on the long side and king b1, king a1, and this king can't go anywhere. So with this, using this chance, queen a6 clearly points out that he wants to play bishop d5 next move. And is there a chance, is there a way how white can avoid this move or play against it?
Yeah, it's a good question. What white can maybe do is go for something like queen at d6 and offer the queen trade, which is very difficult for black to avoid. I mean, if you go queen a4, you give white rook d4 with a tempo, so you don't really want to do that, because like if you go to c2, then rook c1, your queen gets chased around. So after queen d6, I guess black probably just has to trade, and I feel like black is maybe a little bit better in this endgame, because the knight h4 is still a bit off, but I think maybe that's what FIDE Safe should go for, because it feels like Vidit's attack is more dangerous than White's attack.
Yeah, that's interesting. And Vidit has 33 minutes on the clock. We have seen him having time issues in some of the games recently, but here he tries to play rather fast, although he's still behind the clock. And but the position is very, very good for Vidit for sure.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see what FIDE Safe is going to do. We know that this game is not the most important for the standings, because Richard already drew his game and he has already qualified to the next stage. So perhaps we can check in again in Group D. Let's see what's happening in the game between Mamedyarov and MVL, because that one was heating up. Also, lots of action happened here. So I think we left off after the move rook h g1 by Mamedyarov, b4 by MVL, and Shakhriyar felt like, okay, maybe if black starts pushing on the queen side, things will get a bit dangerous. So he played the move knight a4. Here MVL traded, and he played the move c5. I like this move a lot. So now he's asking Shakhriyar like what he wants to do, right? I don't think white can really ignore this move c5, because let's say you go g4. I don't think the threat on d4 is necessarily too worrying, but the move c4 is, because here black gets a really scary pawn attack on the queen side. And there's actually some tactics, because if white goes bishop c2, then black is going to play the sneaky move a5. And if you go g5, black is going to trade the bishop here for the knight. And if you recapture, oops, now your queen on a4 is trapped. So Shakhriyar, instead of all that, takes on c5. And what do you think MVL should do in the current position?
And Will can take the pawn on c5 by the queen or bishop, but he can also consider to take the knight on e5 and then make a choice between to take the pawn on e5 or to take the pawn on c5. So do you think that this knight should be captured by MVL to get rid of the really annoying piece?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, he can consider trading the knight on e5 for his bishop. It's probably a good decision, because like he can also take with the bishop here, but then his pieces are always a little bit loose. This knight is kind of annoying, can always jump around. He could also decide to take with the queen, maybe hit this, but which also looks pretty fine. So I guess lots of options for MVL, and I guess this one, as you mentioned as well, and then taking on c5. But here I can imagine that white always has some chances, because black's pawns are a little bit loose, right? B4 and d5.
Yeah, before in d5 is just too much pushed, and as some of the pieces have been traded, maybe white will start to hit on these pawns with anyway, like bishop e2, bishop f3, or bishop c2, bishop b3. Can be also double the rooks on c5, queen c2 possibility here. So if the pieces are off the board, then there will be no chance to attack on the queen side. But Shahir has a very good chance to slowly try to outplay in the end game, as those pawns are just not connected.
Yeah, I like the move queen c2 that you suggested, because first of all, in this position, black is attacking the pawn on f2. So we defend the pawn that way. And we also offer the queen trade, which should work out in our favor. Because let's say black takes, we can take with the bishop, hit this pawn on d5. And let's say black goes here, we can go for something like rook d4, hit the pawn on b4. And let's say black goes a5, then here we can go f4, try to go f5, dislodge this bishop from the pawn, from the defense of the pawn on d5. And let's say you go g6, that doesn't really solve anything, because we just go g4 and f5 is still coming. So these endgames are actually really unpleasant for black. So then the question becomes like, what should MVL do, right? Like, as we said, I guess this position looks kind of unpleasant for black, but actually he's already answered our question. He's played queen takes c5. All right, so he's keeping the bishop on the board. He's still hitting this pawn. So I guess here queen c2 is less of a problem because he hasn't traded his bishop for the knight yet.
Yeah, that's right. He's keeping the bishop on the board, although he just needs a draw. I'm sure he finds it very unpleasant to allow shockers to play in that end game, where there are some ideas to win the pawn on d5, and yeah, clearly white will be the side who will try to win, not black. So after queen takes c5, the pawn on f2 is hanging. Is there a way that white can avoid that?
Yeah, so the pawn on f2 is hanging, so white can. Well, go ahead.
Can I suggest a move here? Queen c2. If you trade the queens, I will be more than happy, because bishop c2, this bishop will come on b3 and we'll win this pawn. So you're probably going to take this queen on a5 to keep the queen, to guard d5 pawn. If queen goes anywhere else, then bishop c7, rook d5 will be the threat. So here white can go still bishop h7 check. Very important check to kick the king at h8, and now to take d5 pawn.
Right, with
it takes and bishop e4. Yes.
Yeah, nice idea. So here we hit the rook on a8, but I guess there might be some problems because black can maybe move the queen, and as soon as we capture here, then move this bishop somewhere, right? So maybe something like queen a5, and it takes perhaps bishop e6, right? Because the bishop is under attack, and the bishop and the pawn on a2. But that's definitely a tactic to look out for. So let's see. So queen c2 is an option for white in the current position. Maybe white can also go for something like knight d7, right? Because we hit the queen and the rook, so we force black to take. Now we are going to recapture. Now black cannot take on f2 because he'll hang the bishop on d6. And there's also ideas of going queen f5, right? And lining up the queen with the bishop and threatening checkmate over here, which will force black to make a move like let's make a couple moves. Like, let's say black goes rook a8. We go queen f5, right? We threaten checkmate. Let's say black goes g6. Maybe now we can go for something like queen h3, hitting the pawn on h6. And if you go king g7, now f5. And all of a sudden, we get a lot of pressure towards black's king. So let's see if Momacharov will go for that.
Yeah, that can be a possibility. So knight d7 in the current position seems very interesting move.
Right. So yeah, this game is heating up, and it's also very, very important for the standings in Group D. But with that being said, we are going to be taking a very short break. Do not go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back with more action from the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022 round 6, and we do have already one player in Group C who qualifies from the knockout system, but all these actions is still going on in the Group A, B, and D. Benjamin, what do you think can be our next group that we're gonna learn the results here according to the positions we have now?
Yeah, so everything is still very much possible. As you mentioned, Richard Rapport already qualifies to the semifinals. He was a point ahead going into the final round, and he just made a very solid draw against Alexei Shirov with the white pieces. So in Group A, it all depends on this game between Dmitry Andreikin and Echemba Crow. So perhaps we can first bring up the bird's eye view, have an overlook of the games. And yeah, let's go to this game between Andreikin and Bakro. As we mentioned before, if Andreikin wins this game, he will win the group and qualify to the semifinals right away. But if it ends in a draw, then Andreikin and Sam Shangland will play the playoff here. Here we see the standings real quick. We see that Sam Shangland has 3.5 out of 6 points. He's done with with the group stage. Andreikin has 3 points out of 5, and Bakro has 2.5 out of 5. So those are the two players that can still catch up with him, or if Andreikin wins, he will overtake him. But Caddy, what do you think about the position we currently have on the board?
So we have bishops off the board from the last time we have seen this game, and it seems like Andreikin is going rather safe away. So if he can't win, at least draw is a very good result, as then tomorrow is a new day, and you don't know what happens in the playoff when we have two rapid games at the beginning. So if the things are not going in the way as Andreikin planned this morning, then he would be also happy to make a draw. And to be honest, I don't really see here any point that Bakro can fight for more than a draw, as white has really nice pieces. The structure looks pretty symmetrical. There is a6 pawn for black and b2 pawn for white, and yeah, this both sides stand really strong, but also there's no any single weaknesses in their position.
Indeed, yeah, looking very solid for both sides. As you mentioned, probably Andreikin just wants to play it solid. He knows that if this game ends in a draw, then he will have the tiebreak against Sam Shangland tomorrow, which is going to be very exciting. For Bakro, if he wants to move on to the next stage, he has to win this game with the black pieces, but it's probably unlikely because the position is so symmetrical. So I guess we'll just wait and see what is going to happen here. And in the meantime, maybe we can have a quick look at what is happening in Group B. But let's first bring up the bird's eye view.
Yeah, in Group B, we do have Nikita Vyutugov and Anish Giri. This is the most important game here in this group. And we can see that Vyutugov took the pawn on d5 and then traded the queens. And now he's trying to pin the bishop on e2. Is there a way that he can get out of this position something?
Right, so we left off after Anish played the very accurate rook to c8. White took on d5, black recaptured, and after bishop takes d5, queen c7. Nice move. So Vyutugov played rook e1, pinning the bishop, and after black took, he took with the rook. So now he's also hitting the pawn on f7. So black had to play rook c7, which is the only move to defend. If you go rook e7, that'll be quite a serious mistake, because now this rook is doing two jobs at the same time. It's defending this pawn on f7 and defending the bishop on e2, so white could go for something like rook takes f7, forcing you to take. Now we take this bishop here, and eventually we'll trade in our bishop for the rook, and we're up a pawn. So Anish played rook to c7, and now it's a good question. I wonder what Vyutugov can try to do here to try to create some problems. Maybe something like bishop c4, hitting this bishop on e2. However, maybe black has to move g5, which is very nice, because this rook is under attack and now it has to make a decision, right? If wants to keep protecting the bishop on c4, it would ideally also want to keep pressure on f7, right? But I guess we just have to go here, and here black has rook e7. So I guess black is always just in time to equalize. So in the current position, I don't really see what Vichigov can do here to try to put pressure on Anish. But if there's nothing here in the next couple of moves, Black should just be on his way to draw this game, and that would be great results for Anish.
I agree with that. Can we consider here some moves like there's one funny looking move, rook c4. If you fell for this trap, like, and take the rook on c4, then bishop takes on c4, and the bishop has nowhere else to go as it is badly pinned, and Black is losing a piece. But after rook c4, Black can move the rook on d7 or on e7, and yeah, seems like this rook maneuvering here is not really helping White too much, as the pawns are quite symmetrical. And yeah, I don't know. Okay, how about if rook goes on d7 now in this position, then rook e2 wins the game, because back rank is just weakened, and you cannot take this rook back, as there's a checkmate. All right. So if we go to rook e7, then White can play rook c2 and try to annoy the bishop.
Right.
You can play bishop b5. This is, I think, it's a blunder still, as rook takes c7, rook takes c7, and now rook c8 check. And in the end, Black is losing b7 pawn, and this is very good position for White to try to win.
Indeed, yes. So there's still a lot of tactics left, as you mentioned. After rook c7, yeah, rook c4 is a try, but indeed the Black rook has to go here. And then after rook to c2, so bishop e5 is indeed a mistake, but Black has two solutions here. So let's say Black plays a move like g6 here, right? This would actually be a mistake, because now White can take the pawn on b7, and if you take, then White's going to take here, and White's up a pawn, right? And this is what you want to avoid if you're Anish. But Anish can do two things about this. He could, for example, play the move bishop g4, because now after the trade, this bishop on g4 is covering the c8 square. This rook on e7 is also covering the b7 pawn, so that works. But you could also play a move like b6, just making sure that this pawn is never hanging, and Black can then move the bishop on the next move. So it feels a bit unfortunate for Vichigov, right? It feels like there's got to be something here, but it seems like there just isn't, that Anish has defense after every single move. Like, another move that Vichigov could try is something like bishop e4 to hit the bishop on e2. But, and with the trick being that, let's say Black goes, let's say bishop h5, or bishop c4 here, White can take, and if you take the bishop, then we take here. But he can just play someone like bishop e5 and defend the rook. So it seems like Anish has a defense after every single move, and I don't think there's anything for Vichigov here. So I think this game is just going to end in a draw, and that means that Anish is just going to move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, I would personally be surprised if Anish would not make a draw when he really needs to make, as he's well known by making a draws in any situation he needs, and there have been a lot of funny memes about this topic. So he's quite solid chess player, and even though the position seems like there can be something, he still stands really strong into the in this position. Very interesting situation happens in the same group, but this game is not very important for the standings or for the current situation, but itself it's quite impressive how these two players are still fighting, and I really thought that it will be like fast draw in that game, but no, they just take it very seriously to play this last round.
Right, so let's have a look at the game between Pentala Harikrishna and Tabatabai. So we haven't had a look at this game in a while. So I think we left off after the move rook e1 from White. Black played c5. Here g3 was played by Harikrishna. Once go king g2 and rook h1. So Tabatabai went knight to b6, king g2 and rook d7. He wants to double up on the d file. So bishop f5 was played by Harikrishna. The rook dropped back. So here they repeated once, but Harikrishna was like, I don't want to draw. So he played bishop c2. Now rook to e8, bishop f5, rook d8, bishop e4. And here, black played knight to d5. So Hare Krishna played bishop d2, but here c4, b3, and b4. Very nice move by black. So black with the rooks here wants to open up files so it's easier for him to attack pawns. And I don't know, yeah, I kind of like black's position here. I wonder if white can maybe take on d5, and if black recaptures, then take here, hitting the rook. But it feels like black should be better here after something like rook c5 and taking on c4, because the white pawns are a bit loose on the queen side. Also, black's rooks are easy to activate. So I feel like Hare Krishna probably should have taken that repetition earlier on.
Oh yes, that can be really a bad situation if you had a choice to make a draw and you risked it, and then in the end it ended badly. But is there a way that he can maybe try to play some other way, like after bishop takes d5? Is it possible to first take the pawn on c3, or this is even worse, as white can now take the pawn on f7, right?
Right, if black takes on c3, that's also very possible. We could consider taking here, or maybe just taking on c4 perhaps, because if black takes, we take with the knight, and now we have two pawns, and yeah, I guess there's still
but bishop
like
b4, yeah.
But there's rook e2, and if black takes on d2 and takes on e5, white has this move in the end, with probably winning a rook endgame because we're up 2 pawns. So yeah. Black should definitely avoid that. But I think the line that we showed earlier with rook takes d5 should lead to quite a pleasant advantage for Tabatabai. So yeah, it looks like Hare Krishna will face quite a tough defense here, which is probably not what he wanted going into the game.
Oh, that's very interesting. Is there another way than not to take the knights on d5? Can white somehow hold the pawns on the queen side? Because look at this tension right now with b and c pawn that Tabatabai just brought. Instead of bishop d5, can white here play something like take one of those pawns?
I don't know yet, because if you take on c4, black is going to take here, and white will only have 1 pawn for the exchange, right? So I feel like black has very, very good winning chances here. If you take on b4, then black, so black could maybe just go c3 or take on b4 right away. I think in either case, black should be in pretty good shape. So we'll see what Hare Krishna will do here, but I guess he must realize that yeah, he doesn't have any winning chances here. But yeah, as you mentioned, this game isn't that important for the standings in the last round. So maybe we can bring back the bird's eye view and let's figure out. So what other game do you want to have a look at, Caddy?
I would love to see the game of Mamedyarov and MVL. Look at this. It's going somewhere, as MVL brought the pawn all the way to b3, and he just pushed his pawn, I think, and tries to sacrifice to get some initiative on the queen side.
Indeed. So let's have a very quick look at what happened. So we left off after black recaptured with the queen on c5. So black's hitting the pawn on f2. But Shakhriyar found an active defense to that. He played the move knight to d7. So he's hitting the queen and the rook. So black only has 1 move. He has to give up his bishop for the knight. White recaptured. Now you cannot take an f2 because you leave your bishop on d6 hanging. So MVL played rook fd8, and here Shakhriyar played queen f5. So he's trying to go queen h7 and go after the black king. So g6 was forced. And now queen to g4. And things are not that easy because white wants to go for a very quick f5 and break open the queen side. And MVL was like, okay, I just don't want to sit and wait until white attacks me. So he played the move b3, he's trying to create counterplay on the king side. And here Shakhriyar has a decision to make. I mean, he can't just go f5 and ignore everything, but I doubt that that's really a good decision because black is going to take here and then can always use the attack on the b file to attack. So I don't really think that's a good decision. I guess what he should probably do is take the pawn, but then maybe black will go rook ab8, try to capture this pawn double up and attack the pawn on b2 with a lot of counterplays. So I don't know, what do you think Shakhriyar should do in the current position?
I think he should obviously take on b3 because yeah, after f5 the position gets really complicated. That's what Shahriar wants, but he can also wants to try to play more solid, where he controls the position rather to complicate way too much. So a takes b3 just delays Black's attack on the queen sides. And there's also some moves like bishop c2 to consider to hold the pawn. Yeah, if you play a3 here, it's possible to play such a move. But yeah, once again, this pawn can be a target. The bishop can sacrifice the pawn, and in many variations, maybe it's not a checkmate there after the sacrifice, but Black can make a draw. Black can just repeat the checks moves and bring some checks on the board, and it can be enough for MVL. So I think b pawn being on the board kind of saves MVL here to not to lose the game. So for this reason, a takes b3 seems to be quite logical here for me.
Indeed, yeah, a3 also makes a lot of sense. Keeps all the files close towards the enemy king, and that's generally what you want if you have opposite side castling, right? You want to open up files towards the enemy king. That's why b3 was played by MVL, and that's why Shakhriyar is looking for the move f5, right? So he wants to go for a pawn break. Right, so let's see what Shakhriyar is going to do. This game is really important for the standings. Also keep in mind that if MVL wins this game, he qualifies to the next stage directly. Because let's say this game ends in a draw, that's still a good result for MVL. But then he will have to wait for that game between Yu Yangyi and Pretka. So perhaps we can perhaps we can have a look at that game as well, because that game is also very important for the standings in Group D.
Absolutely, this game is very important, and we do have slightly updates here. And as knight jumped on c5, white first withdraw back on bishop back on f1, and then in next move, I think he captured the knight.
Right, eventually.
Yeah, and he has very interesting approach. After capturing the knight on c5, he pushes a4. He wants to stop the things on the queen side.
Yeah, a4, interesting move by Yu Yangyi. He's putting a lot of pressure on this pawn on b5. So Pretka realized that either trade is not going to work out in his favor, so he played the move b4, and now you played a5. The knight only has one square. It has to go to a8, which is what Pretka just played. The knight is currently misplayed. However, don't be fooled. This knight can come back. Like, if Black gets a couple moves, Black is going to go knight to c7. Let's say white goes g3, right? Because that's, I guess, what his idea is behind the move h4, is he wants to go king h2 and bishop h3, right? Because his bishop is currently dead on the f1 square. But Black, what Black can do is go for something like, although I really like this move because it disrupts Black's position. But what Black can do is, if he gets a couple moves, is go for rook e7. Then let's say white makes a random move, then knight to e8. Let's say we wait, and then knight to d6, right? And here the knight is quite well placed. It's blockading the d pawn, and it's putting pressure on these pawns over here. But as we discussed, I really like this move by Yu Yangyi, because if Black tries to do that, so let's say knight c7, we go g3. Let's say Black goes rook e7. Now we go king h2, and bishop h3 is coming very quickly, which is going to be pretty annoying for Black, I think.
Yeah, that's very, very, very lovable idea here. h4, king h2, and bishop h3 to activate the bishop. Make some threats here, and Black will have a really, really difficult time to find the squares for the pieces, because white has a lot of space advantage, and Black's pieces are not having a really good time, as they're like stuck together. Look at this bishop also on b7 being really, really bad. Bishop knight on c7 for now is okay. It has some squares, but still e6 square is impossible to be taken. And if knight goes on e8, then this knight has not not really a bright future. It can come on d6, but yeah, it just stops in there. But Benjamin, I was thinking, like, why Yu Youngi pushed a5? Because this pawn can be targets, like queen d8 or queen c7, and Yu Youngi has to play rook a1 to guard it if he doesn't want to give it up. And I kind of have a feeling that the knight is even worse on b6 than to be on c7. So why was that necessary, or it's just fine move?
Yeah, I like the move a5 because the knight had to go back to a8. It was the only square in the position, right? That's why he could have done this earlier, but he only pushed for a4 after black had played the move rook c8, right? Because let's say he does the same thing in this position, right? Like let's say he takes on c5, and now he goes a4, black goes b4, and a5. Now black can go knight at c8, and the black comes back to d6 on the very next move. But Yu Youngi was waiting for black, right? As we said, he played rook c1, and after rook c8, now he traded and played a4, black goes b4, and now a5, because the knight had to go back to this passive square on a8. So he played the move h4, knight at c7, and g3. And black actually has another problem in this position, which is the clock. Look at the time situation. Yu Youngi still has 43 minutes on the clock, and black only 13. He has 15 more moves to be made, so that can definitely be a problem as well for Alexander Pratke.
Yeah, absolutely. The time can affect the position, because he definitely needs to find here some precise squares for each piece, and it takes some time. And yeah, they have still to make several more moves until the time increment. But as so far, what we have seen, even after time increment, if you have bad position, you are still spending the most time. So you have this some like 10 minutes or 15 minutes when you feel like, okay, I have some time, I can figure out what's happening here in this position. But very soon you still find yourself into time travel. So yeah, Pratke is having really difficult time on the clock, and also the position seems to be too passive here, as white controls the whole board. White absolutely controls the whole board.
Right, so let's see what he will do. Another plan that he has in the current position is to maybe activate this bishop on f8 again with a move like g6 and bishop h6. That would also make a lot of sense. So it's kind of interesting always, these really low passes. We always see a lot of slow maneuvering because the position is fairly close. But I kind of like Yu Youngi's position. As we said, he has more space. The bishop on b7 is kind of dead. The bishop on f8 is currently not very active. This knight on c7 is having difficulty finding its way back into the game. And white's plan is pretty straightforward. He wants to go king h2 and bishop h3. So once again, if MVL does not win his game and Yu Youngi wins, then Yu Youngi will join in for a tiebreak either against MVL or Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. So with all that being said, what other games have caught? Maybe we can bring back the bird's eye view, and maybe you can tell us what's happening in the other games.
Yeah. While we were analyzing the game of Yu Youngi and Pratke, funny things were happening in Group B. Video of Giri, look at this position. Rook c4 has been played, rook e7 and rook c2 right now. And we know that there are at least two ways to save the position by Giri. And yeah, we have that right now on the board. I wonder what's the time situation there, because Giri had really low time on the clock.
Indeed, but yeah, he has speeded up over the last couple of moves. His last moves are also forcing, right? Like, let's have a look. So he found this move rook c8, which was really good, right? That's where he spent a lot of time. And then after white took on d5, you have to take, so he couldn't make that move quickly. And then after bishop takes d5, queen c7 is pretty much the only move, right? Rook e1, queen takes f4 is what he played, and after rook takes rook c7 is the only move. So I guess here's how he managed to speed up. White played rook c4, and here, once again, rook c7 is the only move, not to lose material. But here he's staying in the current position after rook to c2. So as we discussed, bishop g4 looks like a very solid move. You force the rook trade, and then this bishop is still covering the c8 square. So that is one option for Anish. The other option that we discussed is the move b6 to make sure this pawn isn't hanging. White doesn't move bishop c6, which looks scary, right? Because it hits the rook, and if the rook moves, you hang your bishop. But black can play something like bishop a6, because now if you take on e8, you take on e1. And if you take an e7, then black takes with this rook. And once again, all the problems are solved. So let's see which one Anish will come up with. But I feel pretty confident that he is going to hold the draw here and win the group.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Very often it happens to me, and I'm sure many players can find related to this situation. When the position seems that it goes in the way that you planned, then I'm starting to plan my next day. Something irrelevant things, how I'm gonna spend the evening, what I'm gonna have for dinner, how I'll spend the evening, and then who will be my opponent, and so on and so on. Sometimes I'm getting so much into these thoughts that I'm losing the feeling of reality, and then the things are getting really, really complicated into the game. It's very unlikely going to happen here, and I'm sure Anish has very good concentration skills. But have you ever been relating to this situation when you just celebrated too early?
Yeah, you should definitely always try to stay focused till the end, especially against these top grandmasters. They'll try to squeeze out every last chance in the position. But I'm sure Anish is up to the task here. He's taking his time here. He's figuring out like, okay, what last traps does white still have in the position, and how do I avoid them? Because indeed, if you start thinking like, okay, this is a draw, then that's when mistakes happen. So
Yeah,
I'm sure that
absolutely.
he'll try to avoid that.
Yeah, I'm sure this is the last thing that he is now thinking, that his next round opponent will be someone in Group A, and who it will be, and he's preparing some openings in his mind. I don't really think he does so right now.
Right. So, and yeah, Anish Giri, if he moves on, he will play against the winner of Group A, which probably is going to be Dmitry Andreikin or HM Bakro. So perhaps we can bring up the standings and have a look at everything that's happening in the group. So, Katie, what are the standings?
So here, Sam Shankland has already finished the game, and very likely right now he's back in his room and looking the game of Baccarin and Draken, and supporting the one that he would like to face in the tie breaks. So very, very likely if this game ends in a draw, then we're going to have a tiebreak tomorrow with Sam Shankland and Dmitry Andreikin. However, Etienne Bakro still has a chance if he manages to win the game and gets a full point out of the position that he has for now, and he will be the one who will get the tie breaks. So yeah, still very tense situation, and maybe we can take a look at the bird's eye view and check out what is happening there, as they have made some moves, and we can see that rook gets on b file now, and yeah, the queen on b3. I would be really, really scared of that queen.
Indeed. So let's have a look at what has happened there. So I think we left off after black recaptured the queen on b5. White played knight at d4, hitting the queen. The queen dropped back to b7, and here Dmitry played queen at b3. Queen c7 was played by Bakro, hitting the knight on e5. So Dmitry played knight d3 to defend. Rook fb8 was played, and after rook fc1, queen d6. Here we have the current position. So I don't know, it's still looking fairly even. I wonder who might have a very small advantage. e4 has just been played by Dmitry Andreikin. Well, we were expecting the queen to move because it's in the same on the same file as the rook, but maybe they're simply not a good discovery. So let's say the knight does not move. Maybe this knight has to move. Let's say to f6, and I would think that maybe white still has a very small advantage. However, we do see that Andreikin is down at 14 minutes on the clock. So that could definitely be a factor as well.
He has not much of the time, and they still have to make 16 more moves. But the move e4, it gives a little bit more advantage to Andreikin, and also the fact that these knights would not be connected anymore. from b4 and d5, maybe he can now try to regroup his pieces as well, and try to get something. But he has to speed up really here at this point.
Indeed, yeah, he has to speed up sooner or later. So let's see. As we discussed, both of these players can still join Sam Shangland for the tiebreak. But if Andrekin wins this game, then he just wins the group and moves on to the semifinals. So he's not going to agree to a draw anytime soon. So, but let's think about the position, right? So this knight is under attack. Where can it go? I feel like knight b6 would be a mistake because it's blocking. Actually, I think knight b6 loses on the spot because white can take on b4. Black recaptures, we take. Black takes, and after knight c6, we have a fork on the rook and the bishop, so white wins. So let's have a look. So knight c7 is perhaps a move. However, I would think the knight is a bit misplaced on the c7 square. So then the only square I would see with this knight is to go to f6, right, and hit this pawn on e4. But maybe white can just protect it with a move like queen to c4. Also, we step out of this discovery. And I don't know, I feel like white should still have a bit of an advantage. Like the knight on b4 is a little bit loose. There's always like knight c6 jumps that black has to look out for, and we control the c file. So I don't know, Dimitri can still try to push for the win here, I think.
Yeah, after knight f6, which seems to be the most natural move here, to bring this knight on f6 to be also on the king side, and queen c4. Then white can also bring the bishop on c3, and guard e5 knight, and then will be some threats, not like knight g5 straight away to attack f7, or to sacrifice the knight f8, king f8, knight g5, and then get on e6 that pawn with a knight and try to create some sort of mating net. So at this point, if knight goes on c7, also queen c4 comes with a threat, right? The knight will be hanging on c7.
In the queen c4 would be a nice move, hitting the knight on c7 right away. There's actually also another variation that I'm sure both players have looked at. Black can play the move knight to c6 because it hits the queen on b3 and the knight on e5, right? So it looks like a good move. However, white does have the option of going rook takes c6, hitting the queen. Black takes our rook on b3, but now we take here. Black has to recapture, and we take on d5. And a very interesting position arises because white will probably get the two minor pieces against the rook, and things are pretty tricky. If black takes on b2, then we have to move knight c4, which pretty much wins the game right away because we hit the rook on b2 and the bishop on d6. So what black could do is perhaps take an e5 first, white recaptures, and now take on b2 because we hit the bishop. If white goes knight c4, now it's not hitting the bishop on d6, and after rook to c2, black is in pretty good shape. So this is perhaps also an option for black. I wonder what Andrekin is planning in this position, because you can move the knight, let's say to f3, but then if black takes on d5, can black ever really risk anything here? I mean, we have a rook for two pieces, and we have two pawns, right? So I feel like black should be doing fine here as well.
Yeah, for every 2 pawns, it can be fun, especially when black has two rooks. They can be really dangerous as well at some point. And the problem is that white's pieces don't have any clear target now. Like if you take one of those pawns on a6 or d5, you definitely have to trade the rook, or even if you can take those 2 pawns, then it will be really challenging for white to get something out of these 3 pawns that are still on the board, and still rooks are very tricky pieces. So the thing is that after e4, I think white is pretty much looking for Bakr to lose some time, and then when he has less time on the clock, maybe he can just panic and make some weird decisions.
Indeed, yeah, there's definitely still a lot of play left in the position. So let's see what Bakr will do. I think he practically has too much, right? Because this knight's under attack. We said that, okay, knight c7, knight b6 looks pretty bad. This knight, the only discovery it has is c6 or knight f6, right? So let's say black goes knight f6. I think we discussed the move queen to c4, stepping out of the b file and taking more control over the c file. And white still has some ideas. Like let's say black goes a5. Perhaps we can follow up with someone like bishop f4, creating pressure along this diagonal. And if this queen moves over to b6, then we always have a lot of tactics, something like knight takes f7 perhaps, because if black takes, then there's knight g5 with a check. Let's say the king drops back, then here we can take on b8 and then take on e6. And this position looks pretty promising for white because we have a rook and 2 pawns for a bishop and a knight, and our black's king is also pretty exposed. I kind of like white's chances here. And as we speak, Bakro has moved. He has played the move knight to c6. So I guess now we'll see rook takes c6 by Andrakin.
Yeah, and also the other game, Bakro saved really, really nicely against Grishuk. Was that against Grishuk, where he had really tough situation and also not too much time on the clock, but he found a really nice way to hold the position. So I think he's also very, very good at finding the only moves. Oh my God, what's that?
I did not see this move coming at all. So queen takes b8. What? So, okay, let's see what is happening. So black has 3 ways of capturing this rook. Right? Like, let's say black takes with the rook.
It's queen!
You sacrifice a queen. Yeah. I did not see that queen
is hanging 3 ways. Oh my God. This is crazy.
I did not see that coming at all. But I guess if black takes with the rook, we take with the rook on c6. The queen is under attack. And if the queen moves here, then we take on d5. And this should be good for white, right? Because we have a rook and 2 knights for the queen, right? So there's more than enough material. So let's have a look at the other options. If black takes with the queen, then we take with the knight. Hit the queen has to move somewhere. Let's say it takes here, and then we take here. And white is once again in good shape because we have a rook and 2 knights for the queen, which is more than enough. So that leaves us to the last option, which is to take with the knight. However, this allows white the option of going rook c8 check. Black has to block with the bishop, I guess, on f8. And now we take here. So here, after black takes, we have a rook and a knight for the queen, which is generally not enough, but the black pieces are pretty passive. However, after black takes with the queen, now he is ready to move his knight out again. And do we have any tricks here? Like, let's say we go bishop b4, maybe black has knight at d7, right? Because if we take on a8, black takes here. And if we take on d7, black takes here, and we don't get enough material. So Bakro actually has captured with a knight on b8, rook c8. So what do you think, Caddy?
What I think is the feeling when you have, after your opponent plays something like queen b8, the heat starts from here, from your brain, it goes all the way on your face, then it goes all the way down to the stomach, and you feel like you are burning. And no matter if it's a good or bad, that's the first feeling what you have before you figure it out. What is this queen sacrifice? But Bakro played rather fast. Either he plays cool, or he was also considering this queen sacrifice, and it was they were both thinking about this move early on, which is really incredible.
Yeah, I'm sure that when he played the move knight to c6 in this position, he must have seen that white can sacrifice his queen on b8, and he must have realized, as we said, that knight takes b8 is the other option. Otherwise, white simply gets too much material for the queen. So he takes with the knight, rook c8, bishop f8 is forced, and now Andrakin takes on d5. So here we have a very interesting position. I guess black should take with the queen to defend this rook on a8, so that in many variations he's ready to move the knight out to d7, for example. So let's see what Bakro will do here.
Yes, and Benjamin, I was just recalling Andrakin did same to Grishuk. Remember that game? It was a time, it's in Sicilian, there was a time trouble for Grishuk. He took the pawn on a6, and there was some very, very beautiful line. And then out of nowhere, Andrakin found a queen sacrifice. And because of that queen sacrifice, he won a game. So this guy is really good with his queens. In the last leg, I think his opponents should very quickly trade the queens and play in the end game against Dimitri.
Indeed, yeah, just trade the queens, make sure he cannot sacrifice it. because he's indeed proven to be very dangerous with his queen sacrifice. So in that game against Grishuk, he found that insane tactic. So in that game, he got a rook and 2 minor pieces for the queen. And in the current position, he only has a rook and 1 minor piece. So he still needs to get more. He still needs to get back more material. However, as we discussed, black is still fairly passive, right? This bishop on f8 is pinned to the king, and this knight on b8 is pinned to the rook. So it's difficult for Bakro to entangle. But I guess queen takes d5 is probably the move here, right? To defend this rook on a8. I wonder, like, let's say Andrekin plays a move like rook ac1, right? Just slowly improving the position. Maybe it's still difficult for black to develop, right?
Yeah, some moves like rook c1 or even something like h3, h4, just something that you don't have a back rank issue, so your pieces can get slowly active, is, I think, very good ideas. Now, for instance, knight d7 is not as good as it was before, as the rook takes the rook, queen takes the rook, and in the end, the knight on d7 will be hanging. So this knight is pinned. Bishop, on the other hand, is also pinned then, or f8. I don't know, there is a move. Rook a7 is impossible as knight is hanging. So black has to make some sort of like pawn moves on the king side to maybe kick the knight back and try to escape with the king. But yeah, it's a very good and practical decision to sacrifice the queen, right?
Indeed, and there's actually a very nasty trick. If black plays f6, right, which looks very natural, like kicking this knight out, white has rook takes f8 check. Black is forced to take with the king. Now we go rook c8. The king can only go to the e7 square. And now we go bishop b4. And black is, it's not checkmate. He can still go queen d6, but here we can win back our queen and we're up a knight. And since black is still pinned here, we actually win more material after something like knight c4 and b6. So that's a very nasty trick in the position. So things are really heating up in this game. But with all that being said and done, we are going to be taking another very short break. Do not go anywhere, you guys. There's more action coming your way, as it will be determined who will move on to the semifinals here in the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break.
The Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship is a brand new world-class online rapid event series for the top 100 players, top 10 women, and top 10 junior in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with $150,000 prize in the finals in late August. It all gets going at 9 a.m. Pacific on the weekend. On the Saturdays on chess.com, make sure you don't miss any of those events. But here we have Grand Prix 2022 round 6 knockout stage, the last day of the knockout stage from the beginning, and we do have already Richard Roberts, a happy person who qualified from this stage from Group C, and still all the actions is happening in the rest of the groups. Benjamin, what do you think? Do we have to come here tomorrow for tie breaks, or it's going to be more or less decided today?
Yeah, so one group is already decided. That's a group of Richard Rapport where he wins quite comfortably. But let's have a look. So we just had a look at the game between Dmitry Andreikin and HM Bakro before we went to the break, where Andreikin sacrificed his queen, and it looks like Bakro went wrong just now. We see it.
Oh no!
Bird's eye view and on the top left corner. So we thought after white took on d5 that black should take with the queen. However, he is captured with his pawn, but now I don't see how he's ever going to get unpinned because this rook on a8 is unprotected. So let's say white makes a move like rook ac1. How are you ever going to bring your pieces into the game, right?
It's very interesting situation why he took this pawn by the pawn, which is something really strange looking. Is there a way, like straightforward way, like we showed earlier? I think bishop b4, queen b4, knight d7, as now queen is not guarding the rook. Is that possible to win in that way?
Well, I guess if we go bishop b4 and knight to d7, black can maybe just take on d7 with the knight. And even though we capture on the rook in the corner, we have given up 2 minor pieces, so this should be good for black. But okay, so Andreikin is still thinking in the current position. He's down to 10 minutes, so I think he just needs to bring this rook into the game, either to c1 or to e1. He can always move this knight out of the way, threatening bishop b4. So perhaps something like rook e1, right? Like let's say black plays a move like h6, then we can also always go knight at d3, threaten bishop b4, and if black goes a5, now we go rook e8, and sooner or later it feels like black's position should collapse. Once again, this knight cannot move because it hangs the rook, and black is just pinned all over the place. So this would be huge for the standings in Group A. I mean, if Dmitry Andreikin wins this game, and he has just played rook ac1, once again, if he wins this game, he wins the group and moves on to the semifinals.
Yes, and I think I know why Bakro captured with a pawn, because he wants knight to be guarded by the queen. He kept this queen on d6, and next he wants to play rook a7.
All right, yeah. So let's have a look. So after pawn takes d5, rook ac1. So maybe you're right, maybe he wants to go rook a7. But I guess, is there a tactic here for white, or does rook a7 work? What do you think?
The whole position seems like, but you know what's really funny? The character of the position is very tactical. There's some sort of like feeling there should be some tactic, but white can also make some calm moves and slowly improve. Like knight d3, I like very much with the idea of bishop b4. Maybe something like bishop e3 or bishop f4, something slow, I think, rather than to go active moves.
Right, I like bishop e3, the move that you suggest, because we hit the rook, and if the rook moves, we have bishop c5 hitting the queen and the bishop. So actually bishop e3 looks more or less winning for white. So I really like that one. So let's say rook a7 is probably not a move. And then what should Bakro do, right? Because I guess sooner or later, Andreikin is going to bring in more pieces into the game. Perhaps, I mean, he can go f6, right, hitting the knight. The knight probably is going to drop back here. And then I guess a5, because bishop b4 has to be stopped. It still looks pretty scary for black, but at least he's hanging on here for the moment. And white also still has a couple loose pieces in his position.
Yeah, absolutely. You can go here rook e1 and rook e8, or the other way, rook e8, rook c8. Double the rooks on the 8th rank and win one of those pieces, bishop or the knight.
In the rook e1 makes a lot of sense. Here, maybe black still has time to go king f7, and after rook e8, bishop e7, bishop e7. So it's still very, very tricky. So he solved this one pin. However, as we talked about before, there's still this pin, right? So it feels like there's got to be something for white. And Bakro is also getting pretty low on the clock. He has 14 minutes. He has 13 more moves to be made. So it's looking very, very good for Andreikin for his chances to win a group. But let's say for some reason, maybe he makes a blunder and Bakro wins. Then Bakro will play the tiebreak against Sam Shankland. And actually, as we are talking, it looks like Anish Giri has already drawn his game against Nikita Vichkov, which means that Anish Giri wins the group and moves on to the semifinals.
Yes, Anish Giri moves to the semifinals, and now he's also going to be focused on Group A, as the winner of the Group A faces a winner of the Group B, Anish Giri, and Robert will face the winner of Group D. That's the pairings for the semifinals. Benjamin, we do have Chess Dodger here. I suppose that's either David or if it's not David, then you can let us know who is it. But he had very, very nice idea here that he suggested in the game of Andreikin and Bakro. Instead of rook c1, he suggested rook a4. Shall we bring that game very quickly?
Right, yeah, we can have a very quick look at that. But let's first have a look at how this game between Vichkov and Anish Giri ended. So we left off after the move rook to c2 by white. So we discussed that, okay, there's pressure on the bishop on e2 and the pawn on b7. So Anish played pawn on b6, and after bishop c4, he played a very calm and collected bishop to g4. So once again, if we take on e8, we take on e1, and white's actually losing because black picks up the bishop in the end. And so white traded on e7, but black just recaptured. And here the position is completely symmetrical. And white played f3, bishop e6, king f2, g5. Nice move by Anish. He's making sure that he puts his pawns on the dark squares, the other square of his bishop. Bishop e5 was played, king to g7, rook c3, king f6, bishop d3. And I think after the move bishop d3, Vichkov offered a draw because Anish's last move was king to e5. And normally if you make a draw, you put the kings on e4 and e5. I think that's why. Because I think otherwise Anish would play a move like h6, making sure this pawn is never hanging. But yeah, a very good result for Anish. He started off really well in the group. He won the first 2 games. And after that, he was super solid. And yeah, he wins the group with a very convincing 4 points out of 6 games. And he's going to play against the winner of Group A, which is probably going to be Dmitry Andreikin at this point.
Yes, although I can see that the engine says it's okay. It's not so bad for black. Maybe we can take a bird's eye view and later the game of the latest move here after f6. The bar just came a bit down and gives some hope to black, as the knight now is hanging, but still very, very hard position. And shall we now bring this position on the board, and we can show the move that it was suggested by our chess dodger. Very beautiful move, rook a4. So you want to play bishop b4 to win this bishop on f8, and you don't have a5 here, I believe, because bishop b4 seems to be still happening.
Right, yeah, because if we take the rook on a8, the knight's under attack, and black has all these problems on the back rank. And maybe black can take with the queen, but then in this position, he's still pinned over here. So yeah, rook a4, also a very nice move, suggested by our good friends over there at Chess Dojo. Big shout out to them, definitely make sure to check them out, you guys. They do a lot of great educational stuff, so I cannot praise them. Can't praise them enough. Like, definitely check them out, you guys. They're a very good channel. But as we were talking, Rook AC1 was played in F6 by Bakro. So I guess now 93 is probably the move that Draken should go for, right?
Yeah, 93 seems to be the most natural move here, as you keep bishop b4 and also bishop f4 threats still on the board.
Right. So knight c6 is perhaps also an option for Draken, but I would think here maybe black is happy to take this knight. I mean, you give up the rook on a8, but at least you get out of all the pins, right? And you don't have to worry about losing a ton of material anymore. So I think Draken should just go knight d3 and keep all the pressure in position.
Yep, he has 7 minutes on the clock. He has to make next move really fast, as probably he needs some time to still figure out how to play, because black can play king f7, unpin the bishop, and as we showed earlier, still game is going on. Shall we now take a look what happens in Group D, as we have not seen this group for a long time?
Yeah, let's definitely go over there. So let's see. So let's have a look at the game between Shakhriyar Mammadjarov and MVL, which is crucial because MVL is currently leading the group with by half a point. So if Shakhriyar wins this game, he will overtake him in the standings. So we left off after this move b3. So white played a3, keeping everything closed. MVL played bishop to e7. Now came f5 by Shakhriyar, trying to break open on the king side. g5, MVL wants to keep it closed. f4 and bishop f6. And I really like what MVL does here, because I mean, white trades here, but with the bishop on f6 and the pawn on g5, black still has still keeps the position fairly close. Now here, white would like to make a move like h4 to continue the attack. However, here black has a very annoying queen f2, and you will have to defend against this checkmate one way or another, which is why Shakhriyar plays rook to g2. But I feel like here, MVL should be fine somehow, right? Like maybe just rook ac8, and I don't really see white's attack crashing through just yet.
Yeah, and what happens after h4 if now white goes for it?
Right, h4 is possible. Maybe we can just go queen e3 to defend the pawn on g5. And I'm trying to look for a way to somehow come up with a checkmating trick, but we would first have to double the rook. So I think it's still pretty far off.
Yeah, but there is an idea to double the rooks on c5 and then just checkmate white's king from c1. So yeah, it's not only white who attacks the king. We still have this attack on both flanks going on. Indeed,
yeah. So and MVL is listening to us. He has played the move rook a8. So I guess after h4, he probably wants to go for something like queen e3. That looks quite logical to me, because white can take on g5, but if we capture the queen, we still keep the position fairly close, and it's difficult for white to really break through here. This bishop on f6 is a very good piece. It does a very good defensive job, but also a very good attacking job. And actually, if we have a very close look, we see that Shakhriyar, he's currently down to 3.5 minutes on the clock in this very complicated position. 12 more moves to be made, and MVL still has 13 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, quite tough situation for Shakhriyar indeed on the clock. It's like 10 minutes difference between MVL's and Shakhriyar's clock, and yeah, seems like Maxim is in a good shape to find all these moves, and we do have rook now on c8. Shall we very quickly take a look at another game in this group, as things has been changed quite a lot there, and I know you will be very surprised by bringing that game on the board on the screen.
Indeed. Yeah, but before we do so, I just wanted to point out one last detail. If white goes h4, we would go for the move queen e3. And if actually there are two nice points. If white takes on g5, we can also take with the bishop and now threaten to go rook c1, which would be checkmate. I guess white is forced to go rook to g1 to defend against that. And white also has the move rook e2, which actually looks pretty scary because our queen is under attack. And if our queen moves, white takes here. Right. However, it seems like we have to move rook to c1. White takes, we take over here. The king has to go here. And now we have queen a6. You simply have no way to defend this pawn because you would like to play a move like queen b4, right? But then you hang your rook on e2, so that is not possible. And so what are you going to do, right? I mean, if you go king b1, then I just go queen d3 and I force a draw, which is a pretty good result for MVL. And as we speak, all of that is on the board as Shakhriyar has just played h4. So I guess MVL is going to go queen e3, but as you mentioned, let's have.
Oh, wow. That's incredible. So we might have this this move. And do you think MVL can find this queen a6 move? That is really incredible resource here Black has.
If he goes queen e3 here, he is spotted at 100%. Yeah, I think he will find it. Yeah.
Queen e3 is on the board. Let's keep the eyes in here. For some reason, the bar went all the way up first, and now it came in the middle. Wow.
Indeed, yeah. No, this is easy stuff for MVL. There's one last line to point out. If white once again goes rook e2, we go rook c1, takes. King a1, we go queen a6, we threaten here. And if white goes a4, this would be a big mistake because black has the move d4, disconnecting the queen from the defense of the a4 pawn, and black is winning because we're going to take here and then queen a2 checkmate. So yeah, I'm sure MVL has calculated all of this. Shakhriyar must realize that if he goes rook c1, there is rook. If he goes rook e2, there is rook c1. The funny thing is, it's actually not a threat because let's say we pass, right? Like let's say we go rook h2. Here rook c1 is not a move because if you go rook c1, we take, black takes, we go here, and if queen a6, as we discussed here, white has to move queen b4 because there's no rook hanging on e2. So that's kind of the funny thing in this position. But let's see what Shakhriyar will come up with. But let's have a very quick look, as you mentioned, at the game between Yu Youngyi and Alexander Predkamp.
All right. So yeah, I don't know how the queen got on now on h1, but this looks so funny to have the queen here. Although it looks like this queen has now some job to do and to play like queen h6 or something like this. But I am so surprised to see this position because last time we saw Yu Youngyi had a really good position, obviously.
Indeed, yeah, it looked pretty promising for him a while ago. So let's have a look at what has happened. We left off after he played the move g3. So here Predkamp played rook cd8. He played bishop g2, which seemed a bit odd. We thought he would go for king g2 and bishop h3. But let's see. So bishop g2 was played. Black played bishop c8, knight f1. Black took, and here white had to make a difficult decision. Right, so if you take with the e-pawn, you give black a free hand in the center. He can go bishop d6, f5, and e4, and looks pretty pleasant for black. So he took with the c-pawn, but this allowed black to go knight to b5. The knight could hop to d4 in many cases. So white played knight e3, queen c7, hitting the pawn on a5. I would expect to move knight c4 here, but you played the move rook a1. g6 was played by Predkamp. So with the move g6, he's preparing the move f5. And Yu Youngyi thought, okay, let me stop that move by going queen to d3. And Predkamp was like, I'm going to play it anyway. Because if you take, there's e4 with a fork on the queen and the knight. So Yu Youngyi played h5, but this whole thing seemed to work out in black's favor. Black took on e4, white recaptured, knight at d6. The queen got chased around, the h4, then the h1, e4, knight e2. And in the meantime, black's pieces got very active. Bishop f6, rook a1, bishop c3, rook e2, rook e5. And in the current position, it looks like Predkamp only has 1.5 minutes, but he needs to make one more move to reach the time control. If I was playing with black here, I would just go something like queen g7, just keep it super solid. And black's position in the endgame looks great. And if Yu Youngyi doesn't win, then MVL will automatically qualify if he makes a draw.
Yeah, so I'm still having struggled to find the words to describe what is happening here. It was so peaceful position for white. It was slightly better, and this is the position you would never hope to play. And oh wow, let's bring back the game of Shahir Mamdiro and MVL, because this is just happening, which you showed, the line you showed earlier on the board, and here we have it, Queen A6 on the board.
Yeah, very nice stuff. So we left off after the move Queen E3, and MVL shows why he's one of the best calculators in the world. After Rook E2, he found the amazing Rook to C1, because Black looks to be in trouble, right? The Queen is on attack, and if the Queen moves, White takes here, and White is crashing through on the Queen side, King side. But MVL found this amazing move, Rook C1 check, Black takes. Now we go Queen takes D3, White has to go King E1, and now Queen A6. So the pawn on A3 is on attack. There's no way for White to defend it, because if you go here, you hang the Rook on E2. If you go A4, Black goes D4, disconnects the Queen, and it's going to be checkmate. So I think Shakryar realizes that he has to go for the draw, which is why he played the move King B1. But here, MVL is just going to go Queen D3, and he probably looks over his shoulder. He sees that Yu Youngi has a bad position, so now going for this repetition must feel pretty good, I guess.
Wow. Yeah, the chat goes crazy, and they say that you predict the future, which I agree also. So to be honest, I would never expect this line to happen. But it's good that we knew in advance. We knew it in advance, and you just showed that just a minute before. What an incredible way that MVL found to qualify to the semifinals. That's absolutely beautiful from Maxim.
Indeed, yeah. And so we've the players have repeated the position once. So Shakryar played King B1, Queen D3, King A1, Queen A6. Maybe he wants to gain some time on clock, because White still has one move left in the position, which is the move Rook to C3. So the move is a bit tricky, because if Black takes, White can take here with a check and is attacking the Rook. I wonder if this works out, though, because maybe Black can just play Bishop G7. You sacrifice the Rook with a check, but we go King H7, and now this is under attack, and the Rook. So I don't know. It looks quite risky for White to go for. After Bishop takes C3, he would have to go Pawn takes, but I don't know. It's maybe this is fine for White, but I don't know. It looks quite risky.
Yeah, it looks quite risky. Although Queen G5 comes with a check.
Right, but then Bishop G7 apparently is winning for Black.
Okay, so Rook C3, that should be played, right? And Bishop takes, and then Pawn takes on C3.
Right, so Black could take. I guess Black has to take on C3, right? We could perhaps also consider a move like Rook to B8, because the Rook on C3 is hitting this pawn on B3, so this could be another move. But let's see if Shakryar goes for it, because if he doesn't, the tournament is over for him. But and he's played King to B1. He doesn't. Rook C3 feels like such a difficult move, and now MVL is just gonna make the draw, and I think he's just gonna move on to the next round.
Yeah. Just imagine reaction of Shak, and the game has been ended. And MVL is the one who qualifies to the semifinals from Group D, and he will face Richard Rapport in the semifinals. What a match is coming ahead of us. But yeah, today, unless Yu Youngi wins, yeah. That's quite a tense situation in the other boards too, where they have just reached the time control, right? The 40 moves.
Indeed, yeah. So it's looking very good for MVL. He has just finished the game in a draw, so now he just has to hope that Predke doesn't blunder. But it looks very good for Predke in the current position, who has just played Queen to G7. Now Yu Youngi has to make a decision. Does he keep queens on the board? However, it feels like Black should be a lot better there. And actually, you don't really have a good square for the queen, because if you go to F4, then after G5, your queen is simply trapped, right? I mean, going to H4 also looks very risky, you hit the rook on f8, on d8, but let's say black goes rook f8, then rook h5 is a threat, trapping the rook. So you don't really want to do that. And if you trade here, I mean, this endgame looks great for black, and Yu Youngie really needs a miracle to win here to force that tiebreak against MVL. So it's not over just yet, but it's looking very good for MVL right now.
Yeah, it looks really, really good for MVL and also Predka. Can we very quickly take a look once again the bird's eye view and check out the overall situation in all the boards? So what is happening in the group A? We have some moves and oh wow, look at these. Bakr has even better position.
Well, let's have a look at what has happened. So we left off after the move f6 from Bakro. Dimitri played knight c6, a5 by Bakro, stopping bishop b4. The position is getting extremely complicated. Rook to d8, which seems to be a mistake. Queen c7, because now white is in a bit of a pin. Knight fd4 was played. Queen b7 by Bakro. Knight takes a5 and queen takes b2. So all of a sudden, black is also creating his own threats. The knight went back to b3, but here it feels like white has really lost the initiative, right? And also, Andrikin's done 1 minute on the clock. If HM Bakro wins this game, then he will play Sam Shangland in the tiebreaker. So everything can still happen here.
Yes, and I think the reason why Andrikin blow up this advantage is the time, and as he was struggling on time for a long time, and even though he found this beautiful queen sacrifice and got really nice advantage, seems like it was not enough. And yeah, he is now having this this position where Bakr can try slowly to activate his pieces.
Indeed, yeah. So here Bakro has a couple interesting options. So I guess white wants to go rook cc8 very quickly to hit the bishop on f8. But black also has a tactic. Black could perhaps play the move rook takes a5. Because if you take with your bishop, we take over here. And we actually defend this knight on b8. And I think here black is just a winning material advantage. If you take with a knight, then you leave your bishop on d2 hanging. And I think once again, black is just winning. So maybe white has to take this knight over here, but black should be fine here, I would think, after what move though?
Rook a4 is the move that I can see to avoid bishop e4.
Right, but well, actually, if we want to avoid bishop e4, we could also go here, but there's still rook c8 from white, so that's very tricky. So maybe what Bakro can do in the current position is just play king f7, solve this pin that way. But there's of course still this pin.
There's a comment that Andrikin Bakr game, I will bar jumps up and down each move, which is actually true. As they both have really few minutes on the clock, and Andrikin has even just 1 minute on the clock, and very likely he's making moves on a seconds. So it's not really an easy situation. And he sacrificed the queen. If he doesn't find the most precise follow-up, then he will be without a queen for some pieces, of course, but still queen is really strong piece.
Indeed, yeah. So yeah, anything can still happen in this game. They still have 7 more moves to make until the time control. This game is going to be crucial for the standings in Group A. But I mean, I'm sure that Sam Shangland is happy watching this, because it looked like Dimitri Andrikin was going to win at some point, and then Sam would just be out of the Grand Prix. But now, if Bakro wins, he's going to play HM Bakro tomorrow in a tiebreak. And if this game ends in a draw, he will play Dimitri Andrikin. But let's see what move Bakro will come up with in the current position.
Yeah, I just imagine how Sam feels right now to see this game where the situation changes in every minute, and sometimes Andrikin has a winning position, sometimes he has worse position. So that's also quite tricky for Sam's perspective to watch this game right now. Oh, wow, very interesting situation. Bakr is using his time right now. So Yeah, obviously he has 4 minutes advantage on the clock, but he should not bring his time down to 2 minutes or 1 minute, because it can also get really, really ugly for him.
Right, and he has just played the move King f7, and Bishop f4 was blitzed out by Dimitri and Draken. He's putting pressure on the knight on b8. So let's see what Bakro can do here. So I wonder if, I guess rook takes a5 is not a move we just recapture because this bishop is still protecting the rook. So let's see what Bakro can do here. Maybe something like bishop b4, activating the bishop and hitting the knight on b4. Looks pretty good for black. Because, I mean, you can give a check here, but I feel like the king sits pretty safe on this g6 square, and all of a sudden, all of white's pieces are hanging. And good luck figuring that out with only 1.5 minutes on your clock.
Yeah, it's the king would be safer on g6 for sure, rather than to be on the g8 where there are more checks, rather than on g6. And now, as the bishop is also free, this bishop can get on e7 or b4 to attack the knight anywhere else, and slowly black's pieces are out. I would start to panic here if I were white, because you know, they're not really like clear follow-up here for Andrekin as well.
Yeah, no, it's looking very tough for Andrekin. It looked like he had a slightly better position, but then he went for this queen sacrifice, which looked great at first. But of course, we knew that it could also backfire if you would not find the best continuation. So, yeah, let's see what will happen in this game. Bakro getting under 4 minutes, so it's this game is definitely heating up. Maybe we can have a very quick look at the game between Farasev and Vidit as well to see what has happened there in the meantime.
Yes, we can do that. In this game, Vidit was doing really great, but now I can say that all the pawns on the queen side has been gone. For somehow the pawns are not there, and the things have been changed here. And again, he's struggling on the clock. Look at his time. Vidit has just 46 seconds.
Well, but they have just reached the players. The Vidit was indeed having some time trouble issues, but they've just reached the time control. So now he will get an additional half an hour. I guess the position should be a draw. Black is pretty active here on the queen side. King side, he's trying to go f4. White is pushing these pawns up the board. And I guess black should always be in time with something like rook to c2 and bishop f7 to create enough counterplay. Like, let's say white takes here. There's the move rook to a8, forcing white to go here. And I guess you just take and bishop f7, which should be a draw.
Yeah, as this game could hit today a draw and also gets the time increment on the clock. Shall we stay and focus on the game of Etienne Bakro and Dimitri Andrekin, as they are still having the time trouble?
Indeed, yeah, that is definitely the most exciting and most important game in the group. And Bakro has played the move bishop before, the move that we predicted. And after rook c7, he played king to g6. So now this knight on a5 is under attack. I don't see where it's going. Also, it feels like everything is hanging in the white position. I don't see really what Andrekin can do here to hang on. He's down to 38 seconds. If Bakro wins this game, he will play Sam Shanglin tomorrow in the tiebreak for group victory. And who would have expected that?
He would not do as well. I think he was just go in there to play, to chill, to play really good tournament, and out of a sudden it's really funny turn of the events, and I'm sure he would be very happy with that. Rook g8 has been played, and the bar says that this is just very bad move. What's the reason for that? Is there some sort of check? Queen b1 or not?
Well, I think
or
it doesn't really do too
A5.
much. Right, because if we go queen b1, there's still like rook c1 to block. But I think we just take this knight over here. I mean, white can recapture, but what if we just take with the rook? I mean, what? Oh, maybe he wants to go for g4. This could perhaps be his idea, because now the black king is in a bit of a mating net. And if you go queen b1, white can just go king g2. And if check, king g3, this would be a really nasty trap. And all of a sudden, black is getting checkmated. But there's got to be something here
F5?
for... after g4.
Take the knight, and after g4 you can play f5, and the queen is looking to g7 pawn.
Right, we're still covering this square, but there's still another trap. White can take here, because if you take the rook, then there's rook c6 check, and white is winning once again because we collect the queen on b8. So still plenty of tricks to watch out for Bakro. However, the evil bar is all the way down after rook g8. It's showing that black is a -6 advantage. Let's see what he will do here, but it's still very tricky because I mean this king can easily end up in a mating net after the move g4. So let's see what Bakro should do here.
It looks like a puzzle for black.
Okay.
He goes for bishop takes the knight. Now the rook is hanging. So if white captures g7 pawn with any of these rooks, seems like king goes and runs away to f5, attacks the bishop, and has also the backup square on e6 or e4. So it seems to be safe. So yeah, g4 seems to be the move to set up some sort of mating net there.
Indeed. So after bishop takes a7, but Andrejkin just recaptured on a5. I think indeed if white takes here and black goes king a5, the king is perfectly safe. So let's see what Bakro will do here. He has lots of tempting options. There's also another very interesting option, which is to go knight to c6. You might be thinking like, wait, what is this, right? Aren't you just hanging your rook? Well, if you take this rook on 8, this knight on c6 is blocking this rook, so black has queen b1. White only has one piece to block, and after queen takes c1, it's checkmate. White can maybe take here, but after king f5, once again, it always feels that the king is pretty safe on f5. There's still this, and I mean, there's rook c6. So, this is still pretty tricky. I mean, Bakro also down to 2 minutes. Well, let's see what he will come up with. This is looking very wild.
Yeah, quite tricky position, and that's interesting what Bakro will play. He's down to 1 minute and 50 seconds. He's also in time trouble, and for sure he doesn't know what is really happening, as they don't have this pleasure as we have now, this bar, lovely bar which goes up and down very often. They don't know what exactly is happening. And there was the evaluation exactly, and so on. But yeah, he's taking more and more time. Is there any other way? Knight c6 and rook a5. That's the two moves that we consider. Another move can be something like h5 or f5 to avoid g4.
Oh, no, and as we speak, he has just taken on a5, which might give white some chances after g4, because suddenly this checkmating threat seems, and g4 is on the board. Dmitry Andrejkin, very tricky player. And now, I mean, I guess we have to play f5, right? Because otherwise I don't see how we defend against a checkmate. And then white is going to take here with still a lot of traps in the position.
Right. Is there a move instead of f5 to play knight e7?
Yeah, knight d7 is also moved, but I guess black is just white is just going to take on d7, and the position remains more or less the same. Mm-hmm. So I guess it is better to play f5. It's the only move I see to defend against a checkmate, because it forces now this rook to move away. But I mean, there's still so many tricks in the position. I guess maybe you have to go like queen a1, but the king steps up, and now there's checks from this side. Very tricky stuff.
So tricky position.
Oh, and by the way, Chess Dojo has recommended the move queen d4. Also makes sense, hitting the bishop, but this might allow rook c6 check, and if the king steps back, then there's rook b7, and we get checkmated. So, oh, and he's played knight d7. Okay, he's taken, and queen b1. No, but it's a blunder. King g2, you're getting checkmated.
No, don't do that. Then you can play f5. The pawn is not guarded.
But I think this. Wait, so how is? Oh my God! If you go king g2, check king g3, check king h4, and there's just nothing. Can you believe this? White is just getting black is just getting checkmated. It's
Rook
just
h3,
over.
let's try all in. Rook h3, king h3, queen f3, and bishop g3. Oh
Yeah,
no.
Oh my God. I mean, this is terrible for Sam Shankland because
I
Dimitri
can imagine
Andreykin
he's now crushing his computer, I think. Or I don't know, he's really screaming out. That's horrible for Sam.
That's indeed horrible. Yeah, I mean, after queen e4 now, Dimitri Andreykin has all the time in the world. He must realize that after king g3, it's simply game over because black simply cannot stop the checkmate. I mean, if you go f5 now, the game, like white just takes, goes g5 check, and it's just over. And what are you going to do? I mean, like we said, you can give one more check, but the king, it's incredible. After king h4, there's nothing, and black is just getting checkmated.
Yeah, it's possible that after g4, they both felt like it was a checkmate net out there. So when you have this kind of mindset that your king is checkmated, maybe you're trying to give some checks. So, but f5 was such a beautiful way to guard g7 pawn. Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah, no, incredible. I mean, yeah, now they've reached a time control. This gives the players an additional 30 minutes, but the only thing black can do during those 30 minutes is agonize over the blunders he has just made in the last couple of moves. Very, very tough for Bakro, because had he won this game, he would have played Sam Shankland in the timebreaker. But I think even if I think especially Sam must be very frustrated because he must have seen that Bakro was winning and he blundered in time trouble. And Dimitri Andreykin is just going to win now and move on to the semifinals, I believe, against Anish Giri, right?
Yeah, he's now in Group B, and Anish won already Andreykin is Group A, and Anish won Group B. So, yeah.
Yeah, very, very tough for Bakro and also for Sam Shankland. Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that Andreykin is just going to go king g3. He sees this whole line with king h4 and is just going to win the game. So what has happened in the other games in the meantime? Maybe we can check in with the game between Pentala Harikrishna and Tabatabai.
Honestly, I just forget any other game. Just seeing what just happened here in this game. And also earlier we had this game of Mamadurov and MVL, also very, very interesting. These two games were absolutely beautiful. But the game of Harikrishna and Tabatabai is still happening in this group. This game is not very important for the standings, but it's very important for these two players as they are playing for the prize, and they are playing for also the rating, and their rating is quite high. So it's very important for them.
Indeed. So it looks like the players have reached a time control here as well. They're in move 43. White is currently hitting the pawn on h7. Black has his passed a pawn, but it feels like White's counterplay really becomes quite annoying on that side of the board, because if he captures h7, then g7 starts hanging, and all of a sudden White can get a bunch of passers on this side of the board. So let's see what else we have. So the game between Fedoseev and Vidit. After f5, Fedoseev gave a check on a7. King g6 was played. Rook a6 check. But I guess if we go back to h7, is there... I mean, maybe there's rook h1. Right, so I guess that's what Vidit is thinking about. There's still some tricks left in this position, but I guess it should be a draw one way or another.
Maybe, but you can go to king g7 to keep this f7 square for the bishop, as now White's bishop comes on d4 with a check, and then it will be a really tricky position for Black to have bishop and two rooks against the king.
Indeed, yeah, that he could consider that as well. So yeah, with all that being said and done, you guys, the players have reached a time control. More and more groups are being decided, as we discussed before. Richard Rapport has already won his group with that draw against Alexei Shirov. Anish Giri made a very solid draw with the black pieces against Nikita Vichukov. He qualifies to the next round, and it looks like Group A is also getting decided with that insane time scramble between Dimitri and Drake and Emba Crow. But with that being said and done, you guys, we are going to be taking a short break. Do not go anywhere, you guys. On this channel, we will host the Bullet Chess Championship. You can go to twitch.tv/chess.com live if you want to keep watching the FIDE Grand Prix. So once again, we are going to be taking a short break, and we'll see you guys once we come back.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022 round 6, and we do have some action still going on. So, Benjamin, we also have some of the players being extremely happy and some of them being unhappy. Can you please tell us once again what just happened today?
Yeah, so a big shocker happened in Group A, where Dimitri Andreikin, he was completely lost before the time scramble. However, it looks like Etienne Bacrot blundered, and Dimitri Andreikin has just won that game. So he has won Group A. If we look at the standings, he has 4 points. Sam Shangland, he was probably hoping for a draw there or a win for Bacrot, so he would play a tiebreaker against either Andreikin or Etienne Bacrot. But Andreikin moves on to the semifinals against Anish Giri, who wins Group B with 4 points out of 6 games as well. In Group C, it is Richard Rapport who wins the group with 4 points. And then in Group D, it's looking very good for MVL. He has just drawn his game with the black pieces against Shakhtar Mamedyarov. He's keeping him behind him. So the only one who can catch him is Yu Youngyi, who we see in the bottom right corner. However, we see that the evil bar is all the way down. So it's quite unlikely that Yu Youngyi will win the game. However, you never know.
Yeah, as the game is still in progress, we have seen so much up and down in the game of Andreikin and Bacrot. So we're gonna be focused mainly on this game because for now this is the most important game. And in the Group A, Andreikin against Bacrot, they just got 30 minutes increment, and Bacrot just decided to resign right after move King H4, which you can see on the board. Yeah, what a day here for Andreikin. He first sacrificed beautifully the queen, second time in this tournament, and now he guaranteed himself to the semifinals where he gonna face Anish Giri. So that's going to be next thing that we're going to see here at the Grand Prix. And Benjamin, as we were talking about the standings and earlier with all these points, I just pointed out that players with 4 points, like 4 points is enough to go to the semifinals, seems like, because all these players, Rapport, Anish, and also Andreikin, they have collected 4 points and they guaranteed themselves to the semifinals, the spot on the semifinals. And we have Maxim Vashalagrov with 3.5 points, and for now he's still waiting for the last game in this group to be ended because it's not still guaranteed for him, right?
Indeed, yeah, MVL still has to wait. And yeah, you pointed out, indeed, that generally 4 points out of 6 games is going to be enough to win a group outright. It's a bit surprising that it looks like MVL is going to win the group with 3.5 out of 6. But since so many draws happen in that group, it seems that that's going to be enough. In the Grand Prix in Berlin, there were a couple groups where players scored 3.5 and they had to play a tiebreak. But yeah, generally 4 points out of 6 games is a pretty good score, which should be enough. But yeah, with that being said, let's have a look at this game between Yu Youngyi and Alexander Predke. As we mentioned, Yu Youngyi has to win this game to try to force a tiebreak against MVL, but it's looking really tough for him. Black has a queen and white has a knight and a rook, but that's generally not enough compensation, right?
Okay, hold on, the question where the queen is gone from H1. There was so funny looking move, queen on H1. Can we take a very quick look how white sacrificed queen for some material?
Indeed. So we left off after white played the move queen to h6, black played queen to g7. So Predko's like, all right, my position should be better. So in the end game, he feels like he should have the advantage. And Yu Youngyi felt like, okay, if I trade the queens, there's no chance for me to ever win this game. So he went queen to h4. Now black played rook f8, and here black is threatening to go rook h5 and trap this queen on h4. So I think here Yu Youngyi made a bit of a gamble. He played knight dc4, Predke played rook h5, and knight takes d6, which is already forced at this point because your queen on h4 is trapped. So he gives up the queen, but he gets a knight and a rook. Black goes bishop d7, he captures on e4, and black plays bishop d4. But I don't really see white having enough compensation here. Also, the king on g1 is kind of exposed. Maybe you just go queen h6, collect this pawn on h4, and black should be doing completely fine here. So I think Yu Yi needs a miracle to win this game, to force that tiebreak against MVL.
That's true. All this black pieces now looks to be very active. Bishop on d4 is well placed, and also the light square bishop can get at bishop e5, or it can try to activate this bishop to the other side of the board, and yeah, then rook can also come on f4 to annoy the pawn on h4, and slowly this kind of moves can be really annoying for Yu Yi, and he needs a win. Draw is not enough. Like if draw was enough for Yu Yi to get a tie breaks against MVL, then he could hope for it, but he needs to win, and he should count on on Pretke, and he should count on some blunders here.
Indeed, yeah, but it's gonna be tough. I mean, maybe the time situation, but Pretka still has 18 minutes on the clock. That should be enough to figure his way out through the complications. And since so many games have already ended, we can already have a look at what the semifinals are gonna be. We will have, if we have a look at the cross tables, because the winner of Group A will play against the winner of Group B. So Dimitri and Draken will face off against Anish Giri, and Richard Rapport will likely face off against MVL unless a miracle is going to happen in this game, but I don't really see it happening.
Yes, and indeed, that's going to be very interesting semi-finals at the second leg of the Grand Prix. And those three players, if also MVL joins Rapport and Draken and Giri, gonna try to get the maximum points of the Grand Prix. Let's very quickly take a look what these players are fighting for. First, let's take a look at the Grand Prix points and point it out once again how important it is, even just 2 points or 3 points difference, Benjamin, because the winner gets 13 points and the runner-up gets 10 points, and semi-finalists, those three players already guaranteed themselves 7 points. However, this might not be enough, for instance, for Richard Rapport, as he already has collected 7 points in the first leg, and with another 7 points, he will not really have a practical chance to get to the candidate spot, right?
Yeah, no, so Richard, he collected 7 points in the first leg of the Grand Prix. Now he guarantees himself another 7 points. However, as you mentioned, I think that he will probably need to progress a little bit further. I mean, he would probably need to reach the finals or win the final. I think if he wins the final, that gives him very good chances to qualify. If he makes it to the final, it's going to be very close, but if he loses in the semis, I think it's not going to be enough. So that's going to be very exciting to watch. Hikaru, as we can see, is currently leading the Grand Prix with 13 points. If he wins the group stage in the next leg of the Grand Prix, I think he has a very good chance to qualify. Of course, Levon also has good chances. He has 10 points. But we see players like Anish Giri, who's playing in their first leg, so they're picking up at least 7 points as well. Same goes for MVL and Dimitri and Draken. So it's gonna be very close in the semifinals and the finals here in Belgrade, but it's gonna be an absolute nail biter in the last leg of the Grand Prix in Berlin. But with that being said, Katie, there's also a lot of prize money at stake.
Oh yes, 24,000 euro for the winner. It is really nice money. Additionally to the 13 points of the Grand Prix points, so the runner-up will get 18,000 euros. That's also pretty looking numbers there. As semi-finalists, those three players have already guaranteed 12,000 euros, and all the participants get the prize here just to appearing at the Grand Prix and being part of the tournament and the cycle of these championships. So even the players who got the last place in the group, they will get 5k euro. So this is quite a nice income for them for this tournament, and obviously they had very good good practice as well, because nowadays we still are lacking the over the board tournaments, and I'm sure those players are just very happy to be now in Serbia, Belgrade, to take to play this tournament, right?
Indeed, yeah, no, it's good that there's plenty to play for these players. As you mentioned, yeah, first prize picks up 24,000 euros. But even for the players who did come last in the group, the prize money still makes it worth their time. And as we speak, Youngie has played the move d6. Let's see what Pretke is gonna do in this position. I mean, I feel like he just needs to activate his pieces. Perhaps a move like queen h6 makes sense, just hitting the pawn on h4, then you can go after the white king. But I mean, the position is still a little bit messy, right? I mean, this bishop on d4 is currently holding everything together, but maybe there's still some tricks left in the position. What do you think?
Yes, I like this move d6 now. This kind of opens the squares for the knight, for the bishop as well. Can this bishop jump over on d5, like knight g5, bishop d5, and try to create some sort of forks there, or knight can get on d5, knight e7 then, and to activate this piece. So still some activities here, and Pretke surely needs to play some careful moves here to avoid all this activation from white's pieces.
Indeed. So let's see what Pretke is going to do. He just got below 15 minutes, but it should still be enough time to figure out how to win this game. Perhaps we can bring back the bird's eye view and have an overlook. So we see that 5 games have already ended in a draw. Only one decisive result for Dimitri Andreikin. That was, of course, very important to win Group A. He's going to have a rest day tomorrow, but after that, he'll play Anish Giri in the semifinals. Then the game between Sam Shangland and Alexander Grishuk ended in the draw. Sam was hoping that Dimitri Andreikin would not win his game. However, he did. So unfortunately, Sam comes in second place. And then Anish Giri draws a very important game with the black pieces against Nikita Vychkov to win Group B. We see that also the game between Richard Rapport and Alexis Shirov has ended in a draw. That's a result Richard needed to win Group C. So he moves on to the semifinals, probably against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, who draw Shakir Mamedyarov with a very nice sacrifice to win, to probably win Group D. But what games do we still have going on, Caddy?
Yeah, there's still the game which keeps my eyes on is the game Yuyengi and Pretke. And we see that the bar says, the evil bar says that Pretke has very good position. He has to be very careful, and he has not too much time on the clock after the time increment. We were talking about this. You probably spend some time to go to restroom, to get some drink, to walk a little bit, to refresh the mind, and then you're losing some time for that, and then you have to come back and try to focus in the game, and the time runs really fast. So I kind of have a feeling that maybe we're gonna have we're gonna have some time scramble again in this game.
Yeah, no, that's very likely. And here, if the players get low on the clock, there's going to be no time control anymore. If they get down to let's say 30 seconds, that's all they will have in the increment, because there will be no added time anymore. So he has to be very careful with his clock. So let's see how he will manage that. But as we speak, we still have the game between Pentala Harikrishna and Amin Tabatabaye going on. Perhaps we can have a look at that game as well. So
yes, we can do that. The players took a little bit too much of the time after the increment, as we don't have much of the updates for now. Yeah, seems like black has a little bit of advantage because of the pawn on a6. This pawn can become really strong, right? Like rooks can lift a little bit on the side, and the pawn will be free to push forward.
Indeed, yeah, he will still have to move his rooks out of the way, and then he can start pushing the a-pawn. But let's see, bishop e7 has just been played. I mean, I guess rook takes h7 is the only move here that makes sense. So let's see, the pawn on g7 is under attack. I guess with the move bishop e7, he's intending bishop f8. And I guess if white goes rook h6 to hit this bishop on f8, maybe he wants to go bishop c5. The bishop on e3 is under attack, so you kind of have to take. And then after takes, if white goes rook h7 to hit this pawn, black can go rook c2, which is very unpleasant. You hit the pawn on f2, which is a check and actually would collect the knight. So I think Tabatabai still has pretty good chances of winning this game. As we discussed before, this game is not that relevant anymore for the standings, as Anish Giri has already won the group, but there's still plenty of rating to play for and plenty of prize money.
Yes, we have seen the prices at this tournament. So at this point, every win gives you a couple more €1,000, which is not bad at all. So right now we can see the second place in the group will get €9,000 and the third place will get €7,000. Then the fourth place will get €5,000. So it's a quite of difference in these places, and that makes actually sense why still this board and also the other board in the other group is still in progress. So what we have seen here after rook takes h7 and in this line bishop c5 was really tempting for black. I think also here the idea can be to trade the dark square bishop and then try to attack on f2, and the white will not have a bishop to guard this, and knight is just too clumsy to go around and attack to guard f2 pawn, right?
Indeed. So actually there would be a funny trap here. Like if black wants to go bishop c5, right? If white wants to stop that, what white could do is play something like rook h5, because now if you go bishop c5, we can take, black recaptures, and now we go g6. And if black takes that, then we go e6 with a check on the king, and we take this rook here. However, it probably doesn't even work because black can probably take with the f pawn, and if you go e6 then king d6, let's say we trade in e7, this looks great, but rook e2 and we lose. I guess Hare Krishna just has to take this pawn on h7 as we discussed, and I guess black has to play bishop f8, right? Because if you go bishop c5 now we take, black recaptures, we take here. And if black goes rook to c2, now we're just in time to capture this pawn here. The king moves back, and his rook is defending the knight, so now we can make a move like g6, right? Because if black takes here, this should all work out. So I guess it should I guess Tabatabai should be better, but I'm a little bit surprised why rook takes h7 has not been played yet, and it has just been played.
Yeah, it's very likely Hare Krishna was not on the board after the opponent made the move. So yeah, he was probably calculating all these moves, and now as the g pawn is hanging here, Hare Krishna should not give up this pawn yet and should play bishop f8, because and it has been actually played because well, if white is just standing like this and doesn't change anything, then we know what black wants to play. Just slightly move these rooks on the file and then to push the pawn. So this is additional threat here for white that Hare Krishna has to take care of.
Right. So this is the game between Hare Krishna and Tabatabai. Perhaps we can check in with the game between FIDE and FIDE. Let's see what is happening there. So yeah, as we discussed, Richard Rapport has already won this group. FIDE started off really well. He won the first two games, but then things really derailed for him. He lost in round 3. There was an absolutely crucial win for Richard Rapport to tie up the standings. And then he lost that very up and down game yesterday. So it's really, Richard really decided the group in those direct encounters against FIDE. But this game is still going on. As we discussed before, there's always still, rating to play for and prize money. So after FIDE played rook a6 check, FIDE went back to h7. Rook h1 was played to hit the bishop. f4, bishop to c5, rook d8. Very nice move by FIDE, because now if you take this bishop, there's rook d1, checkmate. Once again, I think we're all familiar with the ladder. So Fedoseev played b5, and now FIDE goes for bishop f3. But doesn't this just hang the pawn?
I think he's hoping for then the backrank problem, because if you take with the rook a from h1, king n step aside, and then white has to deal with this rook d1 check, right? Checkmate, in fact, and cannot do it with the rook as h1 square is controlled. You can do it with the rook d6 probably.
Yeah, rook d6, very nice move.
Yeah, there can be some sort of can we take and g4 g3 to do something like that?
Yeah, perhaps you can just trade and try to go g4 g3. However, it's a bit risky, because I mean white also has this passer over here, and I mean you go g3. I guess it might be a draw, because if white goes somewhere like b7, you might just be able to take, and after rook d7 bring the, I don't know if this works, maybe sacrifice the bishop, and with g2 you might be able to get this bishop back, but I don't know, it's looking a bit risky. I'm a bit surprised that FIDE went for this, because now the best he could ever hope for is a draw. It felt like in this position before bishop f3 there was a better option, but yeah, as it currently stands, I think Fedoseev has to take with this rook, right?
I guess so, and then to play rook d6 to avoid this checkmate. If you take from a pawn, a rook, then your h1 rook is still hanging, and black might have something additional to attack a2 pawn. So yeah, white has to look after for this kind of threats.
Indeed, yeah, the position is still very tricky, because here your rook on h1 is hanging, and if you move it, your rook on h6 might be hanging. So I guess you might have to give a check. Then the king goes up, check. The king sits pretty safe here, and then, as you mentioned, the rook is coming into d2, the bishop coming to d5, and this suddenly looks pretty dangerous for white. So I'm sure that Fedoseev is probably going to take with this rook, so then he can always block. I mean, do you think FIDE has just simply missed that white has to move rook d6? I mean, that's sort of the only explanation I have, I guess.
Yeah, and but it has to be really careful not to think too much and lose too much of the time on the clock, as he's right now having 8 minutes, and I'm sure he's sitting at the board right now and using his opponent's time and calculating all these possible captures on h6 rather than to walk around. So he must be calculating this kind of rook takes on h6. Both is possible, but for me most natural is to take with the rook h1 to h6.
Indeed, yeah, I think you have to take with the h rook. Indeed. So so let's see. So this game is still going on. Maybe we can go back to the game between Yu Yangyi and Alexander Pretka, as that one is very crucial for the standings in Group D. Once again, MVL has 3.5 points. So we have more moves, and Pretka is getting pretty low on the clock. So we left off after bishop d4, d6. Queen h8 was played, hitting the pawn on h4. And Yu Yangyi goes for the move knight to c2. So he's hitting the bishop on d4. I guess taking on h4 is probably a mistake, because white's going to take. You recapture. I take here. I mean, this pawn on b4 can easily drop off. And white is still defending on the king side, and with black getting down to 6 minutes, I mean, miracles can happen. We might have to come back tomorrow. Now, right? We might have to come back tomorrow. I thought we would have a day off, but
yeah, it's taking so much time. The position is still quite critical. Let's say it honest, because black has a queen, but white has too much of the pieces. And also this d6 move that creates a lot of danger still. So maybe black should try to save the bishop for now, or counterattack the rook like bishop g4 or something like this.
Yeah, those are all good ideas. I guess bishop g4. Bishop g4 looks like it's winning because it's hitting the rook on e2 if the rook moves you hang on d1, and you cannot play f3 because your pawn is pinned. However, here white has the option of going knight takes d4. If you take on e2, white takes with the knight, and this suddenly is great for white. White has two knights and a bishop for the queen. Also, this pawn on d6 is super strong. So here white is pretty much just winning. So that'd be very bad for black. Black can, however, take on d4 with the pawn, but now white can play the move f3. I wonder if black can take this pawn on f3 or if this is just bad, because white is going to take. You take and we go d7, and all of a sudden this d pawn is super dangerous. So you might also want to avoid that. So then after f3, I guess you have to move your bishop, and after which black is still fine, but Predke getting down to 4.5 minutes. I mean, we saw what happened in the game between Dimitri and Draken and Echemba Crow. I mean, I think anything can still happen here. This one is not over. I mean, MVL has not won the group just yet.
No, it's not over yet, still the things are happening as the time is ticking on the clock of Predke. Yu Yangyi gets more and more hope. The other game, maybe we can take a very quick look at the bird's eye view. Hare Krishna managed to grab g7 pawn by the bishop, so bishop d4, bishop g7 happens. However, black brought this rook on d5 and also got another pawn, so that's very interesting. Shall we take a very quick look at that game? What happened?
Yeah. Sorry. So which so yeah. Let's have a look.
Hare Krishna and Tabatabai.
So let's have a look. So rook h1 was played. Bishop e7. So white took on h7. Bishop f8. Bishop d4. Rook to d5. White gave a check, and after king takes, capture this pawn over here. All right, so I guess if black takes, white's going to take. I mean, maybe we can start pushing the a pawn. There's no rook d2 because the knight covers that square. However, let's say we do start pushing this pawn, right? Is it easy for white to stop it?
That's the question. That rook is wrongly placed on g7. Rook needs to lose some time to get rook g8, rook a8, or g6 first to trade the pawns, and then rook a6. What do you think? Is it better to trade the g pawn to f pawn and then to have two connected pass pawns on the king side and try to push them, or you rather prefer to keep these pawns on the side?
I think it would be a good idea for white to trade a g pawn for the f pawn, because as you indeed pointed out, white gets two protected passers. Also, we kind of solve the problem with the rook, right? Like, let's say the king moves back, then we have rook a6. We put the rook behind the pass pawn, and then we can start pushing on this side of the board. So I think that's probably white's idea. And I mean, it looks pretty good for black, but it's still going to take a long time to push this pawn down the board, right? Like, let's say we go a4. White goes maybe g4, we go a3, maybe g5, let's say rook a1. I mean, black needs a lot of moves, like g6, they need to protect this pawn somehow with the rook.
And Benjamin, it's so funny as the rook on d5 controls so much of the knight squares. Knight e5, knight g4, knight d2, knight g5 after pushing g6. So this rook on d5 actually is against the knight's any move and stops knight. That should be so annoying for white to have rook on d5 and to play against it.
Indeed, that must be very annoying to deal with. So we saw that white just took on g7, and the players have just traded the bishops there. So let's see what black is going to do. I mean, I guess a5, but then we expect them. A5 has just been played, so now we expect to move g6 from white, right? And it still looks very difficult for white to win.
To try to also push the g pawn and create a counterplay, because in the same line as we just showed, white will not have these additional moves like g4, g5 to have some counterplay. Even in that position, it was a bit tricky if white can still hold it, but in the case of g5 and f7 pawn is still on the board, that can be even worse for white. The things are changing in the game of Yu Yangyi and Predke. Maybe we can quickly take a look at that game. although we can see that it's just happening as we predicted earlier. We have some trades on d4, and then white played f3, and Pretke is down to 1 minute and 40 seconds. No, don't do that.
Yeah, looking very, very tricky now for Pretke. He's getting very low on the clock. Youngie does this really well. He plays pretty fast and he puts the pressure on his opponent. So let's see what he's going to do. I mean, he will probably have to move the bishop. Somewhere he goes bishop to f5. That looks like a good move. So now, let's say, so this is tricky for Youngie. Like he could play, let's say, rook ed2, but here at the very least, black could trade on I guess black trades on e4 and takes here, because you cannot take on d4 because black gives a check. The king steps over, and then you go like rook f7, and you cannot stop rook h7. So black just wins the game. So let's see how Youngie will try to complicate here. He definitely has the clock situation in his favor now, but the position on the board is still in black's favor.
That's right. Yeah, so h4 pawn is anyway lost. Can white now create some sort of how about to push this pawn h5? So if you take by the queen, then I can take the d4 pawn.
Right.
And
yeah.
my rook is ready to support the pawn, and the next move can be d7. If you take with a g pawn, then your king is extra exposed, and I can use this file for the rooks. I don't know, bishop can go somewhere, bishop f1, rook g2, bishop c4 check, this kind of ideas.
Yeah, no, that's a very nice idea. I like the move h5. Maybe after pawn takes h5, we could also go rook ed2. Now this queen is not entering the position. Although, I mean, black has queen h6 and queen e3. That could be annoying. But yeah, I guess Youngie should try to go for something like that. At least try to confuse Alexander Pretke, because he only has 2 minutes on the clock. And if the position becomes complicated, then there's still a chance for Youngie. So let's see what he will try to do here. And I mean, he has 24 minutes on the clock. That's quite a bit of time. So he needs to use it wisely here.
Yes, and Youngie is another player who is 27 years old. So we have a lot of players in this age. Vidic, Anish, also Pretke is 27, 20, 28, and Youngie is also in this age. This is quite interesting to have this generation. Also, Fedosiev is 27 years old. So that's very interesting, because probably very likely they have met each other at the junior championships or the youth championships, and they know each other from very early childhood, very likely. And Youngie is a player who has won World Championship under 10. And also World Junior Championship. So what Junior Championship means that he won under 20 categories. So all the players together, whoever is under 20, they can play together. That's quite a tough event. That happened in 2013. And he's also the winner of Asian Championship in 2014. And Youngie is a member of the national team of China for many years, and together with the team, he has won the gold medal a couple of times, and he's also one of the best blitz and rapid players. And he has been in top 10 from 2016 to 2019 at the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. So that's going to be very, very interesting for me to see the playoffs in rapid time control or the blitz time control between Youngie and MVL, as MVL is also very well known of his ability to play fast time control. So yeah, that's a small view about the Youngie. You guys, if you wonder how I know this, all this information, I'm just reading it out from chess.com/players. You can just visit that platform and check out all the information, and you can also find how to pronounce the name correctly, the most precise way, as it is recorded by the Chinese players, so they surely know how it sounds best way. And there are the information of other top players as well. So go ahead, guys, and try it.
Indeed, yeah, make sure to check it out. Yeah, you should not have said that you got all that information from the Chess.com website. You should have just said that you knew all that by heart. But indeed, he has a very impressive chess resume. If it would come down to tiebreak, as you mentioned, he's really good in rapid and blitz. So that would be a very close one against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But yeah, right now it's looking pretty tough. But yeah, if we haven't seen him play a whole lot lately, I think it's really due to the pandemic that he hasn't been able to travel a whole lot. But yeah, he has won many strong tournaments. I think he's also right now he's rated 27-13, of course, a very high rating. But I believe he was rated at some point like 2750 or maybe even 2760. So he's stagnated a little bit, I guess. Yeah, simply due to the fact that he wasn't able to compete that much.
Yes, he was rated 2752 in 2019, right before the pandemic started to hit the chess world, and not only. And then his rating went a little bit down, and for this point, he has more or less like stabilized rating. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So we have this position on the board after bishop f5. Yeah, he's still thinking in the current position. He has 20 minutes on the clock. That's still quite a bit of time. But yeah, it's looking tough because he needs to win this game, but he's probably objectively just worse here. So perhaps we can also switch to another game. Right. What game do you want to have a look at, Caddy? The game of Feta Save or the one between Hare Krishna and Tabatabai?
This game between Hare Krishna and Tabatabai is just happening as we just pointed out, but the king of Tabatabai is on the 7. I think we had a bit closer to the pawn, so he just decided to bring this king in the middle of the board. So lately, maybe he can decide where to bring it. And actually, it's funny because this king can get to c7, b7, and control a6 square, so rook can never get in there. In fact, rook is already there. King c7, king b7, and try to kick this rook.
Well, actually, rook a6 was not played. That's the move I made on the analysis board. This is the current position we have. But yeah, just to point out, if white goes here, I think his idea, as you pointed out, isn't it to go king c7, like g5, king b7, pushing this rook away, because then this a-pawn is going to run real fast. I wonder what his idea is in case white go for something like g5. Oh, maybe he wants to go rook a5. That could be really annoying, because now you cannot get your rook behind the passed pawn. And now this pawn...
rook a5, Benjamin, there to... Oh no, rook a5 is not a really threat. You just pin the knight, but it's not a real threat. So yeah, rook a5 makes more sense.
Indeed, and now this pawn is going to run down the board real fast. So looking quite tough for Hare Krishna. And yeah, maybe Tabatabai can pick up a nice win here in the last round. It's been a pretty tough event from the youngster from Iran. He has 2 points out of 5 games. So if he would win this game, he would finish the tournament on 50%. And that's a pretty good result for him in the FIDE Grand Prix.
Yes, and he had a very good tournament before Grand Swiss, and that's how he got in here. And to be honest, at this age, 20, to get at the Grand Prix, it's a dream come true for Tabatabai. And very often for chess players, they need this kind of tournaments to push themselves to work harder for the future. So I'm sure next events of this player will be just better for him, and he will try to do his best, as he already knows that it's possible to make it. And then he should find a way how to use the fact that he's already in the Grand Prix and how to get the best out of it. So yeah, I hope he gets this kind of ideas for his future in the next tournaments and his career.
Indeed, it's very important for these young players to get these types of opportunities, not only because they play against the best players in the world, but also all the time they put into their preparation. Because let's say you don't have any tournaments coming up, right? Like, what is going to be your motivation to prepare and get better, right? But if you have these opportunities, like, okay, I'm going to play against these strong players, I have to work on my openings against all other areas of my games, and that's how players really push to a higher level, which is of course what Tabatabai needs, because as you mentioned, he's still very young. So perhaps we can also pull up the game between Fedorsev and Vidit and see what has happened there in the meantime.
Yes, that's a very good idea. So we have H pawn off the board, and as well as the rooks has been traded, and this is the position actually as we predicted. Let's see how we got in there.
Indeed. So after bishop f3, Fedorsev captured on h6, king g8 was played, rook g6 check, king h7, and now rook to d6. The players traded the rooks, and now rook e5 by Vidit. Nice move actually, because he's hitting the bishop, and if the bishop moves, he's capturing this pawn on b5. Also, there's no easy way to defend it because the c6 square is currently covered. So Fedorsev gave a check, the king went up, and now rook c7 defending the bishop. So Vidit played g4. And the position is kind of tricky. I mean, I guess White would like to play something like b6, but we're going to go g3. And if they trade and White plays something like a4, Black is going to go g2. And now rook takes c5 is a big threat. So the position is not completely without risk here for Fedorsev. So let's see what he will do in this position.
Yes, and also it's worth to mention that after b6 and b7, Black has this kind of backup plan to take the b7 pawn by the bishop, and then to take another bishop on c5. So that's a really good trade for Vidit to take the White's good pass pawn and to actually win a pawn there, and then g3 will be still a threat for Fedorsev.
Indeed, yeah. Let's see what is going to happen. But yeah, I expect this game to end in a draw. In the meantime, let's check in. I don't think we have more moves. Let's take our bird's eye view. So let's see. So it looks like Yu Yangyi has moved. After the move bishop f5, he's played the move rook e to d2. Now Pratka traded the bishop for the knight, and after pawn takes queen takes h4. So this looks tough for Yu Yangyi. As we said, White cannot take on d4 because he's just getting checkmated after check, king h1, and let's say rook f7 and rook h7. But then what do you do, right?
Something like e5 to try to push this pawn.
Right, so e5 is an option, but let's say Black goes queen f4, right? I mean, how are you going to defend the pawn on e5?
Oh, I know what you want. If I push d7, you want to give a check on e3, push my king on h5, and you will play king g7. I know that.
That's a very nice idea.
Checkmate the next move, and there is really hard here to find any way to avoid that.
Indeed. So we have more moves after queen takes h4. d7 was played, and Black played king g7. Very nice move.
Oh, wow.
Because now, I mean, rook takes d4 is completely out of the question because it's just forced checkmate after check and rook h8. So, let's see what Yu Yangyi can do here. I mean, maybe e5, but once again, like this queen is coming to e3 really quickly, and you're just getting checkmated. So I don't really see what he can do here.
Yeah, queen g3 or queen g5 with the same idea looks very good for Black. And also after queen g3, the b3 pawn is hanging. Just if Black takes that pawn, then there will be two pawns that Black would like to push forward to get White's rook's attention, and then we're gonna see queen f2 check.
Indeed.
So yeah, Pratka managed to trade the as much pieces as possible. So there are like few threats and tricks on the board, and also he kept 2 minutes on the clock. So this is really good balance on the clock and also on the position. So he plays really nicely.
Yeah, he's done a good job speeding up, and yeah, he did use his time quite wisely. He found some nice moves, and it looks like he's on his way to win here. Yeah, tough loss for Yu Yangyi. As we said, he needed a win to join MVL in the tiebreak, but it just does not just does not look like that's going to be the case. So yeah, we'll just have to wait for more moves. But with that being said, you guys, we are going to be taking another short break. Do not go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back with more action from the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix round 6 and very final phase of the games. We have already the players who have went to the semifinals and they are safe now at this point. But one game is still in progress, and Yu Youngi is trying his best to get himself into the tie breaks against MVL. So let's very quickly take a look at the standings and check out once again what is happening at the Grand Prix.
Yeah, so if we pull the bird's eye view here, we see that there's only 3 more games going on. 5 games have ended already, so Dmitry Drakin indeed won his game, and that gives us the following standings. So yeah, we mentioned this before. Dmitry Drakin wins Group A, and he's going to play against Anish Giri, who won Group B. Richard Rapport won Group C, and it's looking like he will probably play against MVL in the semifinals. But I mean, you never know. If Yu Youngi manages to pull off a miracle and win this game, he'll play the tiebreaker against MVL for that semifinal spot against Richard Rapport.
That's right. And in the game, which is still very interesting for us and the viewers and also the players, right now is in a progress. And look at this, the bar goes all the way in the middle of the board and says like, white is safe here. But Yu Youngi needs not a draw, but to win this game to meet himself into the tie breaks against MVL. So what just happened in here, Benjamin, while we were on the break?
Yeah, so let's have a look. So Queen F4 check has just been played. So white has 5 possible moves. I mean, bishop f3 is not really an option. White can go with the king to g1, with the king to e2, or with the king to e1. So king e2 is not really an option because black just goes queen g4 check, collects the pawn on d7, which is white's really only hope in the position, and black wins. If the king goes to e1, king e1 is an option. Okay. Rook f2 as well, or maybe king g1. I don't know. Like,
yeah, to go king g1 looks a little bit unnatural as the rook and if d2 is hanging. But if black dares to take the rook, then white will promote the pawn to the queen, and that's actually the scenario that Yu Youngi would love to have. However, after king g1, is there a chance that black will go queen d6, try to chase after d7, or is there is a better move than this one?
Yeah, queen e6 makes a lot of sense. I guess white is forced to go bishop h3 once again. If white loses pawn on d7, the position is just completely lost. And I mean, you start wondering, right? Like, this pawn on d7 is protected. We see that the evil bar is now showing equality. So is there maybe a chance for Yu Youngi to pull off the miracle that we were talking about? Like, let's say black is like, okay, I want to make a draw, right? Like, let's say black goes queen g3. Of course, we have bishop g2, which is a repetition, but can we maybe try to go for more with rook g2? I mean, this can get out of control for Predke. I mean, a win is not out of the question here for Yu Youngi.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, wow, this game is still in progress, still very interesting, and we cannot make any predictions here how this can end it, because Predke has less than a minute on the clock and his time is still ticking. White made a move. Is it king g1? Is there?
I played king e1. So king e1 apparently is not the right move. Let's see what black should do here. So black has a lot of options. Predke getting down to 30 seconds. I mean, what is he? Okay, so maybe he wants queen e3.
Mm-hmm.
Queen e3 checkmate. Okay, I don't really want to go to d1 because black takes here with a check. Rook e2 is an option, perhaps. Or king.
However, you will fall for some checks, queen c1, but queen d6 has been played by Predke.
d6 has been played, yeah. So I guess now bishop h3 has to be played by Yu Youngi. And I mean, once again, if we can somehow maybe get this rook involved, this pawn on d7 stays on the board. So it's still, you know, a tricky game. Bishop h3 has just been played.
Do you think it's now white who's trying to annoy black with this bishop rook pawn? Or
Yeah, I mean,
Prudke still holds? Mhm.
I think Yu Yangyi is still trying to win this game, even though he knows the position is objectively not good. He's taking a lot of risk earlier on. So let's see what Predke will do. I mean, it's not easy. I mean, maybe you push this D pawn, but the question is, what does that really do, right? And this D pawn still stays on the board. He's getting okay D3 on the board. Let's see what Yu Yangyi will do here.
Oh, he's hoping that after D3, if white goes for bishop F1 and leaves D7 pawn unprotected and goes for D3, he will be safer there in that position without the D7 pawn. Is he planning actually to get king F8, king E7 to bring this king to guard D8 square?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So maybe what Yu Yangyi should do is go for someone like rook to F2. And let's say Black makes a random move like a G5, right? Maybe here all of a sudden we can go bishop E6 to try to bring the rook into the game. I think that it's very unlikely that white will ever win here, because I feel like Black should always have some sort of perpetual, right? But I mean, you never know. I mean, Predke has 46 seconds on the clock. Miracles do happen from time to time.
Yeah. Let's see what happens after D3. Yu Yangyi has 6 minutes, but Predke is also using his time. So what would be your personal approach here if you were Yu Yangyi? Would you blitz out the moves, or you would think through still how to play the precise way?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's thinking in the current position as to how to complicate. By the way, we have the game between Vidit and Fedoseev just ended in a draw. We have it here on the bird's eye view. So yeah, so 2 more games going on. The one game between Hare Krishna and Tabatabai is not that important for the standings, but of course this game between Yu Yangyi and Alexander Predke. Yeah, so we're going to keep our attention there. So Vidit caps off the tournament in 2nd place, I believe, right? In the group.
Sure. We need the help of our producer.
Yeah.
We need the help of our producer.
Okay, and our producer
we have
came
it.
in.
Oh yes, he took the second place.
Yeah, he took the 2nd place. So yeah, he does not win the group, and that wraps up Vidit's FIDE Grand Prix, his Vidit's FIDE Grand Prix campaign. Yeah, and as he comes in 2nd place, I believe he picks up 9,000 euros. Of course, not bad, but I am sure he was hoping for more. But yeah, let's go back to this game between Yu Yangyi and Alexander Predke. So are there still any chances left for a miracle here for white, or is a win just completely out of the question?
I think it's still some chances here, as the time on the Predke's clock still shows the seconds. There will be still a lot of things happening, but it's quite hard to find out what's the way how white can trick. One way I can see is to bring this king out of the e file, like king d1 or king f1, and then to push e5 and to try to push the pawns and help d7. So we would not have. You would have. That's so beautiful. Maybe you can show king d1, e5, and queen takes e5. Queen takes e5, d8, queen, and there is a checkmate in one move. This position is so tricky. Anything can happen, something like this too. So yeah, that's not so easy, right? Even from Yu Yangyi's perspective to play. That's why he's taking so much time. He's thinking for 2 minutes right now to find a way.
Indeed, yeah, it's gonna be difficult because if you play a move like king to d1, there's always stuff like queen to d4, and black is threatening checkmate on a1 and g1. So I mean, yeah, Yu Yangyi is trying here, but I mean, I guess he realizes that it's just not there in the position. The problem is you cannot really play e5 right now because black takes with a check. So I'm very curious to see as to what he will come up with. It looked like he maybe missed a chance in this position where he could have gone king to g1, because then let's say black does the same thing, right? Like queen d6, bishop h3 and d3. Then we have to move e5 because if black takes, it's not a check. However, yeah, we currently have this position, and it's looking. Maybe rook f2 is the way to go.
Rook f2 and to bring. It's just so hard for white's king to be. Oh no, bishop f1.
No, but now
then keeps up the d7 pawn. The d7 pawn was his hope.
I mean, why would he give it the pawn on d7? I guess MVL can already start celebrating because
open up the wine.
Open up the wine, indeed. Yeah. And actually, so black can take here, but black has an even better move. Black has the move queen g3 check, right? So white has two options. If you go rook f2, there's d2. If you take, black collects the rook, and you can always come back to stop this pawn. And if you go king e2, black can just take here. White recaptures, then you take here, make a new queen, and you stop this pawn, and it's game. Oh, and queen g3 has just been played. So the only thing white can do is go king d1, but then black goes here, hitting the bishop as well. So white has to move back. Then you take here with a check. And now white has to make a decision. Like if you go king f2, then we give a check here and take here. And black just clears up the entire board. So it's just all over.
Yeah, and there will be some checks. And by the checks, Predicate will get 30 seconds per one check. So with like 2-3 checks, you can get some decent time on the clock.
Yeah, so king d1 has just been played. So queen g4 is also good, of course, giving a check and picking up this pawn, but queen f3 even better because you pick up this pawn, and then eventually, like just to show it once again, like queen f3, king 1, queen c4, and if you go here, then queen g4, you picked up the e pawn, now the d pawn, and black should be winning.
Seconds on the clock, Britka has to make a decision which pawn to grab, but he has to make a move, and he moved 10 seconds on the clock. 9 seconds, come on, make a move. You have to play. There have been some games when one side flagged at the last second. So this is not happening in this game. As we can see, he made several checks really fast, and we have king on e1. Is Yuyangi going to? Oh, he could. Okay, yeah, Predke doesn't want to make a draw, right? So he could play queen g3 and make a draw. Yeah.
Indeed, he could also play bishop to e2. However, the problem here is that black can always give a check, and if you block, black can always just take and go queen to d8. And the win here is pretty simple. I mean, your queen is currently passive because it has to stop this pawn. However, what black is just going to do is go king f6, king e7, and give up your queen for the pawn with a winning king and pawn in game. So, yeah, I think it's just going to be win for Predke, and MVL is going to move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, what a game! What a game! Yuyangi had such a beautiful position. You could dream to have this kind of position after the opening into the end game. Then things turned so fast, so bad for Yuyangi, and then he had to give up the queen and struggle the position. He was fighting so much even without the queen, but yeah, that seems like not to be enough.
Right, so let's see what he will do here. I mean, he is not just going to resign the game. I mean, he still has chances, of course, to hold the draw and save some rating points, but yeah, he is definitely not going to win. So, but of course, I mean, there's always a chance for a miracle. Maybe players can forget about the time for a second. And if we have a look at the bird's eye view, we see that there's also still another game in progress, the game between Pentala Harikrishna and Amin Tabatabai. So perhaps we could have a look at that game as well.
Yes, let's take a look at this one. Seems like white now tries to stop the pawn by rook in front, rook a3, and black is about to capture g6 pawn. Should black go for it, or should black first play rook to c4 to guard a4, attack the knight, and then take g6 pawn?
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, rook c4, guard the pawn a4, and hit this knight over here. I wonder if there's still some tricks left Oh wait,
If
I
you
guess if you
played
go rook
G7
c4, there's
and you,
g7, right? Because
yes,
if you
I knew
take,
you
there's
would do
rook
it.
f5, there's knight f5, and it's actually tricky because if you take this knight, there's rook g3.
Yes.
So
Oh yeah, I
he's
didn't
played.
know that. I was not expecting this move, rook G3.
So he's played the move rook c1, and this is very tricky because look, he threatens checkmate. If you go king h2, now we go rook c4. We hit this knight. If white goes g7, we take. And if rook g3, now that the king is on h2, not on h3, we have rook g4, and it's just game over.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Yeah,
That
so
is very, very interesting.
So after rook to c1, king h2 was played by Hare Krishna. By the way, the players here are also down to 35 and 50 seconds. So here, I guess rook to c4.
Right. Yes, and this game is very important for these two players in sense of prize, as the in case of a tie, which now can happen in case of a draw. Hare Krishna and Tabatabai has both 2 points, and they will get 2.5 points in the end of the round 6. Then they will share the prize. But if one player wins this mini match here, then this player will get the whole prize of third place. So that's why they are still fighting so hard in this game.
Indeed. So f4 has just been played by Hare Krishna, but now I think black just takes on g6, and isn't it just game over? We see that Hare Krishna has 33 seconds on the clock. That means that he made his move with 3 seconds left, but I think it's just winning for black if he takes here. The one thing you want to be careful of is that you don't play rook h5, I guess, because white goes king g3, for example, and if you take now through g7, I don't see how you can stop this pawn. So Tabatabai has just captured on g6, rook to d3 by Hare Krishna, creating a discovery, but I mean, king c5, maybe just like hitting the knight. If the knight moves, you collect this, so it's got to be win for black.
Yeah. And we have rook on d3 on the board. And that's the position right now. Tabatabai has winning position. I wonder what happens in the other game, as they are also playing on the seconds. We have seen some sort of checks there. Shall we take the bird's eye view here and
Indeed.
check what happens?
Let's follow the bird's eye view. And yeah, we still have 2 more games going on. In both games, the evil bar is all the way down, which shows that black has a decisive advantage. I think Tabatabai and Alexander Pretke are just going to win their games. I mean, there seems to be no chance for white to save the game in both cases.
Oh, the game has been ended. Hare Krishna resigned after king c5. Tabatabai managed to win. Is this his first win in the Grand Prix?
That is a very good question. Unfortunately, we have to cross table. So let's have a look. So Tabatabai finishes the tournament on 3 points out of 6 games. A very respectable performance, scoring 50% in such a strong field. He lost in the first round against Anish Giri, but he manages to stay solid, and he must pick up quite a bit of rating points, scoring 50% in such a tough field.
Yes, he should be very happy with this. He's quite young, talented player, got himself at the Grand Prix, the really strong events with all these elite chess players at the age of 20, and he got to himself 7,000 euros. That's not so bad. And also another leg in Berlin is ahead of him, and now after seeing how this works, how this happens, I'm sure he will use this experience for the next leg and the final leg, and his tournament will be even more impressive. But yeah, very, very nice event for Tabatabai.
Indeed, yeah. So we'll see what's going to happen. So yeah, that wraps up this game. So we have one more game going on, the game between Yu Yang and Alexander Pretke. But yeah, strong performance by Tabatabai, and I'm sure he will learn from this experience. Let's see. in that game. What? He's really captured all of the pawn. I mean, I guess black should be winning here, right? I think there's no chance for fortress.
Now the black can guard g5 pawn by the king right now, and keep it on the dark square. So this light square bishop will feel a little bit useless in that flank, and then black can try to annoy b3 pawn and start to push a5, a4, and create another pass pawn. So by creating two pass pawns so far from each other, then queen is obviously superior over the rook and the bishop. And yeah, that's the easiest way to win. And there can be some positions where the queen can brutally be sacrificed for a rook, and then two pawns can be pushed on the sides, and the bishop will be unable to stop the pawns. That can happen if king gets activated in the center, and then queen can be sacrificed. So a lot of ideas here for Predke, and even he has not too much time on the clock. He can find a way to win this one, I'm sure, with that.
Indeed, yeah, as you mentioned, he has his passed g pawn, and he can create another pass pawn on this side of the board. I mean, imagine he did not have this pawn, and maybe white can set up some sort of blockade. But black is just going to play something like, queen e5, bring the queen back into the game. Then he's going to go a5, eventually going to create a passer over here, and the bishop and the rook just cannot stop two pawns. So I'm pretty sure this is going to be a win for Predke. King f2 has just been played, but now I guess he just brings the queen into the game, and or queen c5 also good, and then a5, a4, and it should be a pretty straightforward win, I think.
Yes, and here Giri really needs a miracle, some sort of blunder. Benjamin, my very first tournament in my chess career started with quite a weird situation. As we were playing under 10, we were even younger than 10, like 7 years old, me and my opponent, and we were playing a really weird endgame, rook and king versus rook and king, and my opponent blundered the rook.
Oh,
and before I captured it, she moved away the rook, and I could not claim it that she blundered it, and I was about to take it. So it was big scandal, quite big scandal, and it was arbiters coming, and there was like no proof. And at this stage, we were not even writing down the moves because, I doubt even if I knew how to write moves down. So that was very, very heartbreaking for me to be treated in this way from my opponent. So I think that's the way that Hyungi can try to hope for a win here if Predke can blunder his queen out of nowhere. And he has to be very fast to capture it.
Indeed, yeah, just when Predke is away from the board and the arbiters are looking, just take the queen away, and suddenly you're up a rook and a bishop. I mean, what is there not to like? Just take the queen and just drag it out there and hey, all of a sudden you're winning. But that's not gonna happen. Of course, now I remember some game. It was also in one of these youth tournaments where a friend of mine, he was up a rook for a couple pawns, and there was nobody near, and all of a sudden his opponent took away the rook, so he was suddenly just down a bunch of pawns, and the arbiters were like, yeah, well, we didn't see anything, and it's just really
away, from the board.
You just took it away from the board. Yeah, very yeah.
That's a criminal.
Yeah, not the nicest thing to do in the world. Oh.
Just imagine being jailed for stealing the rook from the board.
Yeah.
Not the best scenario.
Indeed. Yeah. So let's have a look. So queen e5, king f2, queen d4 has been played. There is a way to lose this game here on the spot by going king to g3, because black will give a check, and then g4, it wins the rook. So Young doesn't go for that. He goes king to f1, and now maybe just queen d5, and you hit the rook and you hit this. Doesn't that just win right away? Or
bishop e2, I think, can still
but I feel now that the bishop is away, now we just maybe go a4, take some b3.
Yeah, just this pawn cannot be stopped. I think it's still winning without the queen side pawns. but with the queen side, queen pawns, no, that's not so easy for you Youngie to hold it.
Right, and Predke has just played the move g4, so rook g3 is forced. I mean, g4 is fine. On the other hand, he's got to be a little bit careful. I mean, this pawn on g4 can drop off. So let's see.
Yeah. So yeah, this game is still in progress, and for sure until its end, MVL cannot really relax here. So this is the final game for round 6.
Indeed, yeah, the wine bottle will have to stay closed. So here, Black also has another way to make progress. Actually, Black can play something like King of 6, and after Bishop e2, King to g5. Because even if White takes, this endgame is winning for Black because of the opposition. Like the King has to move over here. We go here. King e2, King e4, King d4, King d4. And now the White King has to make a decision. If it goes to e2, Black goes here and wins the pawn. And if you go to c2, then Black goes here. And you will just keep getting zugzwanged until you lose this pawn on b3 and Black wins. But instead of that, Predke gave a check on d2. The King steps back. He could also just bring up the King now, which should be winning.
Yeah, just to bring this king all the way on the dark squares, King e5, King f4. That makes a lot of sense.
Indeed, yeah, and he still has this a4 break available to create a second passer. Looking very tough for Yu Youngie. I don't really see. He goes Bishop f1, so now this pawn is under attack. So maybe what should Black do here? Maybe just Queen d4, check, defends the pawn at the same time. Bring the king as well. It's got to be over at some point.
Yeah, this is the position that no one can really save. When I was kid, it was quite a common question if you can win some certain winning position against the world's strongest player. And in this case, I think there's no way that anyone or any engine can save this position for White unless there is some crucial blunder from Black side.
Indeed, yeah. No, this position it looks like it's just gonna be over. So Queen e4 check has just been played. King f2. I mean, still, you have to be a little bit careful, right? Because actually, if you go King f5, Bishop d3, and that would not be a party for MVL. Let's put it that way. So Queen f4 has. So what you want to do here with Black, if you want to make sure that you can't ever blunder, is just keep your king on the dark. Keep your king on the dark squares. Like, and nothing bad can ever happen.
Yeah, that's right. King g5 makes sense here. Oh, King e5, King d4. That can be also winning. And then to sacrifice the queen on g3 and King c3.
Yeah, that could be an idea for sure. So let's see, Predke is thinking. He's just played the move King g5. I think after Bishop e2, he wants to go for King h4. He realizes that this pawn in game is winning. And I mean, if you have to move the rook over, Black should be winning one way or another. Bishop e2 has just been played by Yu Youngie. I guess he's gonna go here. Right?
Yeah, King h4, I like this move.
Yeah.
And yeah,
King h.
Yeah, just the fact that White cannot take the pawn on g4 is very important, as it's losing pawn in game for White.
Indeed, yeah. Let's just show it once again real quick. If White takes, we take, and Black has what's called the opposition, and he keeps that opposition. White actually, I mean, you can go King f4, but not a very easy way to win is a4, because if you take Black goes b3, the king is not in time to stop this pawn. Also, this pawn is also not promoting in time, so Black gets a new queen and wins the game. So instead of that, Yu Youngie goes rook to d3.
Yeah. Is it possible to push g3 now to create queen f2 checks?
Yeah, g3 is a nice move, threatening queen to f2. However, after g3, I guess white is going to go with bishop f3 and block this for now. So let's see what black is going to do. He still needs to be a bit precise here. Maybe just hold off the move g3 for now. He goes queen e5. Nice move, actually. Oh, bless you. Because he's hitting the bishop on e2. And if you go king, he goes bishop to f1. Maybe queen b2 now in g3. Isn't that just winning?
Yeah. Yeah, g3, queen b2, a4 ideas. That's probably winning. Or queen e4. It's so many moves that can win. Queen e1, I like very much this move. Just to squeeze more and more black's position, white's position. So rook cannot really move away. Bishop cannot really move away from f1, and then you want to play g3 and queen f2 and queen h2 checkmate. It's all away.
Indeed, yeah. So he has 30 seconds, sorry, to figure it out, but it's got to be just completely over, because after check, king g1, he goes g3 right away, which I guess is also winning, because how are you going to stop this? And if you go rook d2, then after queen e4, you lose your rook, right? Like king g1, queen e3, and it's just over. So yeah, I guess this game is about to finish, because yeah, queen b2 is a threat. You simply cannot stop it. If you go rook f3, there's queen b2, and you just get checkmated. So yeah, Yu Youngie might just resign in the current position, and then we can finally announce that MVL has won the group, which is what we expected for like the last couple of hours, but the result is of course not official until the player has resigned.
Yes, that's right. Even though that I announced it a little bit too early, some hours in ahead. We do have king g1 played by Yu Youngie, and now I think queen b2 is still a move that black can consider here, as queen h2 is a checkmate threat. Queen c5, he goes with a check.
Queen c5, also nice move, king h1. Now there's plenty of winning moves. I think queen f2 looks pretty clean, because you threaten checkmate over here. There's still no check here, and if you go bishop g2, then there's check, and you pre-move queen takes f1 checkmate.
And as the bishop is on the board, white cannot hope for stalemates here. And white cannot sacrifice their rook, because this bishop will still remain, and the bishop has a lot of squares on the board. So yeah, white don't even have this kind of threats.
Indeed, yeah. So white simply cannot stop queen h2 checkmate, and Yu Youngie has just resigned. So it's finally official. So finally we can announce the semifinals. We have Dmitry Andreikin, who wins after a huge escape in the time scramble. He is going to face off against Anish Giri, and the other semifinal is going to be Richard Rapport against Maxim Vachilegraf, who wins Group D after that nice repetition against Shakhyar Mamedyarov. But tomorrow we'll have a rest day, because that day was intended as, you know, a rest day / playoff, as all the players won their groups outright. There are no playoffs, because Caddy, what are the groups? What are the standings in all the groups?
Yeah, the final standings here we have right now on the screen, and we can see Andreikin qualifies from the Group A. Sam Shankland is probably very upset right now with the result that happened in the game of Bakro and Andreikin. Bakro gets the 3rd place, and Grishuk is the last in the group. In Group B, we do have Anish Giri won the event, and he was the absolute leader of the group. However, Vidugov has still a chance, even in the last round, to get the game into the tie breaks. This did not happen, so he got shared the 2nd and 3rd place with Tabatabai. They shared also the prizes, and Hari Krishna is the last in the group. And we do have also these standings here in Group C. Benjamin.
Yeah, so Richard Rapport wins Group C. He was going into the final round being a full point ahead, and he just took no risks whatsoever. He made a very solid draw against Alexei Shirov. The game between Vidit Gujrati and Fedor Safe also ends in a draw, which means that Vidit comes in second place. And in Group D, Maxim Vassiligraf, this group was very, very close, but he wins by half a point margin over Shakir Mamajarov. Shakir definitely tried today, but MVL Fun is an amazing drawing resource, and he's going to face off against Rich Rapport in the semifinals.
Yeah, that's right. So this was around 6, and we do know now 4 players out of 16 participants. We're just gonna have 4 players fighting for the Grand Prix points. So yeah, we are going to take a short break, and I believe we are coming back with the final stage, and we're gonna choose one game, and we will do a rapid recap for that. So don't go anywhere. We're still coming back after the short break. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022. Round 6 is done, and we picked up a game of Dimitri Andreikin and Etienne Bacrot as your rapid of a day. So, Benjamin, what happened in this game?
Yeah, this game was absolutely crucial for standings in Group A and to determine who would move on to the semifinal. So, Dimitri Andreikin was tied for the lead with Sam Shangland. And so Andreikin opened the game up with d4, d5 was played, knight f3, e6, c4. And here Bacrot captured the pawn on c4. So this is known as the Queen's Gambit accepted. Andreikin plays e3. This is a bit of a solid variation. White wants to take the pawn on c4, knight f6 by Bacrot, bishop takes c4, c5, castles, and a6. And this is really the starting position of the Queen's Gambit accepted. White has a lot of options here. b3 is a move. Knight c3 is a move, rook e1, queen e2, a3 even. But Caddy, Dimitri here came up with another move.
He played knight from b2, d2. And this is very interesting looking move. He just decided to develop the piece in this way. And after c takes d4 that Bacrot played, he decided to take the pawn on d4 with the knight rather than to have an isolated pawn, and he decided to have pieces in the center and try to be very active. Here Bacrot decided to develop the bishop, so he played bishop c5 and attacked the knight on d4 right away. Andreikin played knight 4 to b3, and after this bishop would draw back on e7, and here we had also bishop e2. A little bit weird maneuvering from both sides, but all these moves make sense here, because after bishop e2, Andreikin wanted to not to fall for b5 on a tempo, and he wanted to be ready for b5. And shall we see what happened after that move?
Yeah, so he played bishop e2, anticipating for the move b5, which is actually what Bacrot played here. And now he played the move a4, putting pressure on this pawn on a4. So Bacrot took an a4, and Andreikin recaptured the pawn. So here the position looks fairly equal, right? The structure is symmetrical, but White has a little bit of pressure towards his pawn on a6. Black castled, and here the move knight c4 by Andreikin. Bishop d7 was played, hitting the rook. So Dimitri dropped the rook back to a1, and Bacrot played knight to c6. So, I mean, around here, the position felt like it was pretty even, right, Katie?
Yes, it seemed to be pretty even. And once again, I have to announce this award that in the move that Andreikin played knight b to d2. Once again, this move looks a little bit weird, that the piece is bit farther and withdraws back, but seems like here Andreikin's idea was to play b3 and then to develop the bishop on b2 or bishop on a3. On the other hand, White can also look for some moves like e4 and try to just get more space advantage in the center in the king side. So after knight d5, as Bacrot responded, here we have moved knight f3. So Andreikin tries to get this knight from b3 to f3 on the king side and look for some squares like e5 central squares. Then we had knight jumping on b4 from c6. And this is also very nicely placed knights b4 and d5. These knights are controlling a lot of squares. And let's see what happened after this move.
Right, so here Andreikin played bishop d2, putting some pressure on the knight on b4. Bacrot played queen to b8, knight ce5, hitting the bishop on d7. So Bacrot played bishop b5. The players traded here. Black took with the queen, knight at d4, hitting the queen on b5. So the queen dropped back to b7, queen to b3. And once again, I mean, position is completely symmetrical. So you might be wondering, like, okay, why do you guys choose this one? For your rapid recap, but stay tuned. So queen c7 was played, hitting the knight on e5, knight df3 to defend, rook fb8. So Black is x-raying the queen on b3, rook fc1, hitting the queen. So the queen moved to d6, and here Andreikin played the move e4, hitting the knight on d5. So, I mean, a normal move would be here, like knight f6, But Bakro came up with a completely different move in this position.
Yes, he came up with the move knight c6, which looked quite natural as the queen on b3 is under attack, and this knight also on the other hand attacks the knight on e5. So we were considering here some moves like to take this knight by the rook or to get this queen out of the pin. And out of nowhere, so the move queen takes a rook, queen sacrifice. And we were really impressed by this sacrifice, which happened in this game. And for this reason, we choose this game to be the best game of the day. So Benjamin, what happens after queen sacrifice?
Yeah, queen takes b8 came in as an absolute shocker. But here's where the game becomes extremely complicated. So black has three ways of capturing the queen. He can take with the rook, the knight, and the queen. Let's see what happens. So if black takes with the rook, now we take the knight on c6 with our rook. We hit the queen. Let's say the queen drops back. And now we take on d5. And here white has a rook and two knights for the queen, which is more than enough. So white has a winning advantage. So what else can black do? If he takes with the queen, now we take the knight with our knight, hit the queen. Let's say this queen moves. Let's say it takes a pawn over here. And once again, we take the knight. We have a rook and two knights for the queen. So once again, white has a winning material advantage. So Bakro played the only move in the position. He played knight takes b8, but now came rook c8 check. You have to block with the bishop, and white takes this knight on d5. So here we see that white has a rook and a knight for the queen, which is generally not enough. However, if we take a close look at the position, we see that this bishop on f8 is pinned, right? It cannot move because that would put the king in check, and also this knight on b8 is pinned because that would hang the rook on a8. So white has a lot of compensation here. We expected the move queen takes d5 to guard that rook on a8, but Bakro here came up with a different move.
Yeah, he captured the d5 pawn with the pawn, which is not the best move, and you can see the bar evaluation bar goes all the way up for white's advantage. For sure, his idea was to free the rook from a8 and to play rook a7, and somewhere else is also knight is pinned, and Bakro wanted to keep queen on d6 to guard the knight. However, after this move, white has a lot of ideas here. White can play moves like rook c1, rook e1, knight d3. We even see rook a4 with bishop b4 idea. So there is plenty of moves in here which keeps white's advantage on the board. Rook a2 c1 was played here. This is a very good move as it comes into the game and supports another rook on the back rank. And after f6, we have seen knight withdrawing on going to c6 square. We were considering to see knight at d3 the best move here, as bishop b4 is still a threat and bishop f4 is another move here. So white could keep this advantage on the board, but we saw rather weird move here on the in the game.
Right. So Andrekin played knight at c6, putting pressure on this knight at b8 and threatening to go bishop b4. Here we thought it was probably best for Bakro to go knight takes c6. You give back the exchange, but at least here your pieces come more into the game. White can take on a8, but once again, at least black's pieces are active. But instead of that, he played the move a5, so his pieces stayed tied up. And here is where Andrekin probably made quite a serious mistake. He played the move rook to d8. It looks like a nice move. It's hitting the queen, but Bakro came up with a very strong queen to c7. And now all of a sudden, white's pieces are a little bit tied up, right? Because this knight always has to keep guarding the rook. And how are you going to increase the pressure here? So Andrekin played knight fd4, trying to bring another piece into the game. But Bakro played queen to b7. Now he's guarding the rook on a8, so he's ready to move in this knight. Andrekin captured the pawn on a5, but now Bakro took on b2, hitting the bishop on d2 and the knight on d4. And here's where Andrekin played knight db3, but now he is defending all of his pieces on the queen side, but they're also, stuck defending each other, right? They cannot move. So Bakro came up with a very good move here. He played king to f7, making sure that now his bishop can move again. And Andrekin played bishop f4, hitting the knight on b8, which looks difficult to defend, but here Bakro came up with a very strong move.
Yeah, after king f7, now bishop is free to move away and start to annoy white's knight, which are stuck on the side of the board. They are guarding each other, but they are also just stuck on each other. So here Bakro's move is bishop on b4, and his strat is straightforward to capture a5 knight. And white cannot really avoid that. White give another check on c7, and now as king is for advanced, king can go on g6, and this king is safe there. So after king g6, Andreikin started to push more and played rook to g8. His threats now is really, really serious. He wants to play g4 and then to capture on g7, and that's how he's creating checkmate net. And at this point, both players had a time problem on the clock, and seems like rook g8 was quite smart decision. Even though the position is still losing for Andreikin, seems like this was the practical decision from his side.
In the rook g8, now the position becomes extremely tricky. We see indeed that both players are very low on time. And Draken has only 45 seconds on the clock, Bakro 4 minutes. So he took on a5 and Draken recaptured. And here probably Bakro should have played a move like king f5 to at least step out of the mating net before capturing this knight. But he took the knight on a5, and now white played the very strong g4. So with the move g4, he's staying with the f5 and h5 squares for the king. He wants to take here, which would be checkmate. In this position, black probably should have played the move f5 to defend this pawn on g7. The position remains extremely complicated because white can capture this knight on b8. If you capture with your queen, white has rook c6 check and remains up a piece. So black would have to play something like queen f6, but once again, white has a lot of tricks here against the king. But instead of that, Bakro played the move knight to d7. Dmitry took the knight, and he was probably banking on the move queen b1 check. However, white just goes king to g2, and this threat is still alive. He played queen e4 check, but now white just played king to g3. The players have reached the 40th move, but Caddy, is there still defense in this position?
Unfortunately, no. After this decision not to play f5 and guard g7 pawn, now it is impossible to guard g7. And also, there is a check. There are several checks on the board, but none of the checks are very dangerous or any dangers for white. As after rook a3, now the king goes on h4. King has this this square to be to hide there, and there is one last check now on the board to play rook h3 to sacrifice and hope for a draw at least. But white will take this rook, and after another check, white will come back on h4, and this is hopeless position for black's king. And yeah, at this point, when they got the time increment on the clock, Bakro had to resign, as next move rook takes on g7 is a checkmate. So this was quite beautiful game played by both sides, and we had also several sacrifices, blunders, and for sure heartbreaks too. But this was your rapid recap of a day, and we hope you liked it. And do let us know in the comments if you liked this game from round 6 at Grand Prix.
Indeed, yeah, a crucial game in Group A. And we see here the bracket. Dmitry Andreikin, after this win, moves on to the semifinals against the winner of Group B, which is Anish Giri. And in the other semifinal, we have Richard Rapport against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So this wraps up the group stage. And we see here, once again, yeah, Dmitry Andreikin wins Group A. A very heartbreaking loss for HM Bakro. But what to think about Sam Shangland? He was hoping that this game would end in a draw or in a win for HM Bakro, so he would play a tiebreak, but that did not happen. In Group B, Anish Giri won quite convincingly. He scored 2 wins early on in the tournament and wins the group with 4 points out of 6 games. And Keddy, what are the final standings in Group C?
In Group C, we do have Richard Rapport, the first player today who finished the game with a draw, and he guaranteed himself to the semifinals. The second place goes to Vidit Gujarati with 3 points, and then Fidosev gets the third and fourth place shared with Shiro with 2.5. And in Group D, this is quite a tense group starting from the beginning. We had not a leader in this group for several rounds, but MVL managed to win the group with 3.5 points. And we have Mamediorov and Pretka sharing second and third places, and Yu Yengi became fourth. So Benjamin, out of 16 players, we're gonna have in the semifinals, final 4 players who will fight to the finals in the next rounds, and they will fight for the Grand Prix points and also the prizes. So what a day we had here. We don't have a playoffs tomorrow, so it means that we're gonna take a break as well as the players, and we will come back the day after tomorrow.
Indeed, yeah, very up and down game here in the last round of the group stage. It was sort of expected that Rapport would win his group and Anish would win his group as well. The fact that MVL won was not a big shocker, but this game between Dimitri and Draken and HM Macro was an absolute thriller where really anything could happen. But yeah, Dimitri and Draken wins at the end and moves on. And yeah, it's pretty tough. I mean, we started off with 16 players. Now there's only 4 left who will fight it out for this Grand Prix victory, but also for very important points. I mean, who's going to qualify to the candidates tournament? We'll find out, I guess, soon enough. And yeah, we are about to wrap up here. So, Caddy, I just wanted to thank you for being such a wonderful co-host. Of course, also a big thank you to our production team who are working very hard behind the scenes. Also, a big shout out to everyone who's watching on Twitch and on YouTube. Thanks to our moderators as well. And Caddy, I'll leave the final words to you.
Thank you so much. I had also a lot of joy to commentate with you and to work on this round. A big thanks to everyone who take a part to this show and also our chat. And we're not coming back tomorrow at this same time in the same place, but the day after tomorrow we'll be back and we will be looking forward to see conditional fights. So until then, bye bye.